Hello, everybody, and welcome to episode number 34. Definitely remembered episode 33 because how could I forget what happened there in the end? How could these people forget what happened there in the end? Yeah, and as most of you probably assumed, our good old player Felicia won't be joining us for this session because she's dead. No, not she's dead. Aria's dead. Ooh, that's on the dark for a moment. Yes, so she will be dropping out, and we're gonna see whether or not she will return as either Aria or maybe someone completely new and different. We're just gonna wait and see how this and maybe even the next couple of sessions will go. So, without too much delay, I think we'll just jump right into the introductions. Starting off with
me, of course. I am Greg, and I am playing Iric Spanner, a human artificer who is now wondering how his companions are going to think about him running away during the thing that happened. So yeah, that's on his mind.
I'm Matt. I'm playing Dr. Fiera. I was also thinking about what she's going to tell Iric because she noticed him running away right away, among other things. But yeah, no, it's crazy times. People are dying left and right, and she still wants to help the world somehow. So time to figure out how to do that.
And I'm Skit. I play Isarel Leafina, the High Elf Druid / Cleric, who is now wondering if her clerical abilities are going to be able to help save her best friend, from turning into a demon potentially. So yeah, there's a lot on her mind right now. She is freaking out. So yeah, very interested to see if she's going to be able to save her friend or not.
yes, definitely a lot on Heuser's shoulder. And we're gonna do a quick pause because I actually have to pee. I should have done this before we started recording. Okay, quick, and we're back. Whew. Or I should say I'm back because I was the only one who left. Yes, since this is kind of a new arc in this adventure, we obviously also will have a new intro. Whether or not it's appropriate, well, I will let you decide and the players decide. And I don't think we want to delay this any further. I want to see what's gonna happen to these boys and girls in the forest being chased by a demon. Ooh. And their friend who is on... Well, no. She already passed death's door. She's already dead. But maybe not too far gone. A forgotten past. This mystery has become a plague. Not even the known wise are enlightened. Curse this land. Curse these eyes. And curse this blood. But the curiosity strengthens. It seeks the answers it can't get. It seeks the answers in the holy blood. Oh, holy blood. May you show the truth that hides. Oh, holy blood. May you reveal the curse that plagues. For are the children not those who have been chosen to receive the reward that shall bless humanity? Oh, holy blood. If they hesitate, is that not blasphemy? What beast is this? It comes from a different place. Oh, fear it, children. Spread the word. Fear the blood. Fear that which it shall show. Blessed be the sweet nectar, for we shall succumb to it. We shall be consumed by the holy blood. This land is cursed. We are cursed. Our blood is cursed. Save us, oh holy blood. 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 Oops, I accidentally pressed repeat. Don't have to listen to that a second time. I think we'll have enough time in the future to listen to that again. There we have it. That is the new intro with a new ominous undertone. However, let us come to the quick recap, which I will now actually try and keep quick. You guys, after sitting still during the high storm, some of you got a bad feeling. With that bad feeling, you entered inside of the room. Fiera barged into her room, sensing a disturbance and specifically smelling some iron coming from inside of there. And there you once again encountered a dear friend, Mr. Kalix, sitting next to Tila. And he basically told you that Endo has died during his time outside training. Not sure whether or not to believe him, though Fiera very evidently noting that he himself has not necessarily lied up until now. However, not wanting to interact with him, she left, and the other three who were staying there were given an option to potentially bring Endo back, and he said that if you would kill all of the other people who are currently residing within the tavern, and he said there were a total of 8, he would bring him back. If you don't do that, well, then Endo is lost forever, since he was consumed by a demon. As such, you kind of discussed, but you were all in agreement that killing 8 innocent individuals is not worth the light for Endo specifically, since, you know, he signed up for this, so he knew what he was getting into. And Calyx has his way of twisting his arrangements, and even if he would have bring Endo back, you were pretty sure that he would bring him in a misshapen form, or maybe a different alternate version of him to you that would have not been worth the sacrifice. As such, there was kind of a split in what to do. Fiera, very angrily and worried, as she is the one taking responsibility for Endel's death, tried to go out during a high storm, but the innkeep, either out of his own safety or for your safety, kind of talked you out of it, since it would be literal suicide, and you had to kind of stake out the high storm. And after about 8 hours, it did finally pass, and everyone agreed to at least try and find Endel's body, or where he might have died. Maybe he is still alive, you weren't quite sure. You saw that the barracks of the Green Vanguard were already preparing their departure, since it seems like that the regiment or kind of troop that Ender was accompanied with, probably like a training regiment to have them train inside of the woods, never returned, so he was not the only one lost, and so they sent out their own scouts to try and find them. You convinced the captain to at least give you a few horses, since you also wish to try and find out whether or not Ender was safe. You got the directions. There was a bit of a struggle to get there in the first half, but you did eventually arrive at the river, the Boreas stream, and while you arrived there, you were also able to scout out a few footprints. First, from the scouts themselves, they seem to have separated around the river and kind of riding it up. And then you saw a split that one set of footprints went further east, and then one returning back into the woods, going westwards. And with a very keen perception or investigation or survival check, you were able to allocate that most of the footprints of older footprints were going back into the woods, and so you made your way there. And after a short while following this trail, you would encounter what seems to be a place where the foot tracks ended. However, before you could maybe see if there were any survivors, Arya was very perceptive and was able to see a demon that was kind of crawling down the tall tree of where the foot tracks ended, and was able to warn the group early enough before you got jumped by it. However, in your attempt to try to run away, Arya, unfortunately, with one of the horses that you brought here, got caught by the demon. She was killed, and in an attempt to escape, Fiera did still manage to at least get her upper half, her torso, with her, and managed to escape. And then on your way running away, you contacted, Fiera specifically, the scout captain, and it seems like they had procedures in place to take care of any demonic activity, and you could see flares lighting up from different directions across the woods, lighting up the now dark sky, and the demon got confused or distracted by these flares, which allowed you three to quickly escape, and finding a hideout in a similar fashioned kind of tree-like cave. And you just dashed inside of there with the guidance of a fox that was nearby, that Isorel managed to convince, oh no, not convince, but summon and bring her to safety. And that is where we last left off. You just arrived inside of this tree space. It is dark, still very warm and moist, can still hear the sounds of flare shots going out outside and the occasional roar of the demon kind of jumping around, still in pursuit of something. And in this quick, kind of very stressed out moment, you all three kind of realize that you are holding the dead body of a friend.
How big is the hole that we ran into?
It is relatively big. It's like 15 feet deep, but only 10 feet wide.
But the actual like opening of it, like the door, like how big?
It's also 15 feet wide. It's like a big
Oh, okay.
archway that is made by these huge giant roots, and then you just kind of go in and it thins out the further in you go.
Okay.
And we still have one horse.
You still have one horse.
Do we hide or do we keep going?
We have to take care of Arya's body first. We can't let her turn into a demon.
Okay, so what do you do? What do we need to do?
I can prevent her body from turning into a demon for 7 days.
Okay.
I just need an hour. It's a little long, but we have to try it. I can't let her turn.
Oh, so we're stuck in here then for we have to protect where we are. We can't leave here, right?
Not for now. I mean, not with this thing running around.
Okay. I'm gonna get up and I'm gonna pull out a tarp from my bag of holding and my the like little bed linens from my bedroll, and I'm just gonna hang them. I'm gonna start like tacking them to the roots of the tree to kind of create like curtains in front of the hole, so we're a little bit more obscured.
Yeah, you can definitely do that.
And while he's doing that, I'm gonna like prep the half of Arya on the
Yeah.
ground and
Yep. As you kind of lie her down, you can see that her lower torso, even though there's like a lot of blood currently spilling out, her face also covered in a lot of viscid fluids and also large amounts of red. But you can see very evidently that where she was kind of separated from her torso, a lot of spots have already started to turn into this black ichor-like liquid that is kind of slowly eating up her body.
How do you look, Azrael, injury-wise?
I'm hurt, but it's not important right now.
How hurt?
I feel like mosquito would punch me and I would fall. But like I said, it's not important right now. I need to make sure that Arya doesn't turn into a demon, and I'm gonna fumble around in my pouch, and you'll see me get out a small little bag that has this silver powder in it. I'm just gonna start sprinkle it on Arya. I'm gonna take some flowers and roots that I have and like kind of braid it in her hair and just start mumbling words in Druidic. And for the next hour, I will be performing the funeral rite ceremony.
Okay. Can definitely do that.
I'm gonna try not to get in her way. But I will check Arya's body for A, healing potions, and B, the sending stones.
Yes. You kind of go through her belongings. She still has like a ring that she was always wearing. She still has a cloak that she found during your expedition in the ruins. And then you hope to find, the pouches that she was keeping most of her stuff in. and you do find one of the pouches that has both of the setting stones inside.
Yeah. So it looks like the healing potions were lost.
Okay. No, she still has both healing potions in the same pouch. And the weird stone, the Iron Stone of Sustenance, is also in her possession.
Yeah, I'm just gonna put that in a nice pile. And then while you're performing your rite, I will take one of the potions, uncork it, and just say to you, take one, and we'll keep one for emergencies. Do you need strength to perform this ceremony? I'm sure you don't want to pass out halfway through.
I will reluctantly drink the potion.
Look, look. So you can roll 2d4 plus 2. And,
Okay, I'll roll it this week because it's not in my thing. So I'll just add +2 to whatever this is.
yep, 8.
So 8 total.
Good. Okay, Eirik, since you can see in the dark, you take lookout. I am gonna try to rest and regain some of my spellcraft back.
Yeah. Of course.
And I'm just gonna try to use arcane recovery while we take a short rest, if I can.
Okay. Then, first of all, I would like Eric to make a survival check for setting up this makeshift camouflage. That is a 10, which is okay. It's
I'll go +5 on that flash of genius.
okay, 15 for sure. You can see it's a bit short. The opening's a bit too large for, you know, your bedroll sheet to cover everything. But then you just kind of go outside and you can find these big leaves that have been blown down from the high storm, and there are plenty enough of them which allow you to kind of make this camouflaged drapery that obscures all of you, at least for visual based sensories. And I guess you're also holding watch, so you can also make a perception check as you're at the same time kind of keeping an eye out for the surroundings. There's a 17. Yes, you kind of stake out, maybe create like a little watchway that you can look through. Yeah, putting your pen out and then looking out every 10 minutes or so, and obviously relying on your ears, since most of the things going outside seem to be very audible. On multiple occasions, obviously, you can still hear some of the flares kind of going up. But after maybe 10 minutes or so, you stop hearing any flares going off anymore. Presumably, they run out, or worst case scenario, the demon somehow managed to kill everyone who's got flares. One of the two. And even after those 10 minutes, you still hear the roar of the demon, but it seems to have gone further away from where you are now. It is still definitely audible, but also because he's extremely loud. But it seems like he must be, at this point, at least maybe 500, maybe 1,000 feet away. So he's kind of slowly, making his way away from where you guys are. And as time continues, this seems to stay that way, that his roars kind of get quieter and quieter, and at the maybe like half hour to 45-minute marks, you barely hear it anymore. Seems like it has completely gone out of range.
sounds like it's pretty much gone.
As soon as you say that, you see like Isarel's shoulders kind of like untense, like a weight got lifted, and just continue performing my rite.
My guess is that they'll probably try to draw it away from the city. We're not too far away.
Or it just went back and hid in another tree.
Most likely. I didn't see much, but I did see that was still injured from the high storm.
Well, I guess that's lucky for us.
Okay. I would like maybe Israel for you to describe how you perform this ritual in length.
Yeah, so I braided some flowers and some leaves and twigs and Arya's hair, and I like sprinkled that silvery powder over her, and then I'm just slowly like stroking her head, like her arms and everything that I can see. Like I'm gently like just touching it, almost as if I was embalming it, and just like reciting a prayer in Druidic, like asking the different gods to protect her body while it's still here, and to like basically pray the blight away, and to take care of my friend and all that, and just yeah, basically it looks like I'm embalming almost the body to stop the decay.
Yep. So kind of, going through the process, kind of averting your mind on the fact that your best friend is kind of lying in front of you, but you have abilities. There are capable people in this world that might save her. And as you're kind of, crossing through her, multiple times your hands cross, the lower part of her body and just gets covered in blood. And you also have to make sure that you don't touch any of the other blighted spots. So, it's hard for like normal demon blight to kind of cross over on in normal terms. Like touching it isn't too dangerous, but prolonged contact with it can have certain effects. And as you've kind of doing that, you go into this kind of meditative state where you're focusing on preserving her, preserving what is left of her. You can very evidently feel that you are working with a corpse. Her soul is not inside of this body. Usually you feel a certain aura around people, and that is, what mages refer to as annihilation fields, what spirituals refer to as spirits or souls, and it's quite evident that there is no such thing inside of Arya's body currently. As you've kind of doing this, and Fiera's at the end of the tunnel kind of breathing, and Eirik is at the other end kind of looking out now and again, you, Isarel, kind of feel a somewhat cold shiver go down your spine all the way to your hands and your nails, and then you can see two other hands approach and go over Arya's body sitting in front of you. And another one, it seems like.
I'm completely ignoring it. I'm focusing on my stuff.
Yep. Her soul is also bound to me. So I recommend one thing. Do not let her go. If you let her go, she will experience great pain, great loss, and suffering beyond your imagination. Don't fail, Isoel. Otherwise, it will be your fault that she suffers.
For the very first time, I'm going to look at him straight in his eyes. Or blindfold.
Yeah.
You know, like right in his face. And I will simply say, none of this is my fault. And I know it. And I'll just keep going with my right.
Yes. Delusion is a strong power that humans have developed to cope with reality. It would be easy for me to make you fail, but I find it more pleasing when you discover that even without me intervening, you still don't have what it takes to bring a dear friend back. Unless you wish to make a deal, and I can bring her back right now.
I'm not listening to him.
Okay.
I'm not listening to him. I just keep doing my ritual. Because I know I'm coming close to the end of the hour and I'm just focusing on that and putting all of my energy into that.
Yep, you can see he kind of takes his hands away. And then he stands up. He seems to be walking away, and then he says, I would watch out on the demon blight. And then he just kind of melts away into the tree. And with that, the hour passes. You complete your ritual, and it seems like her body is being preserved for the most part. Actually, make a medicine check, I think, would be appropriate. I swear, since you are spending quite a lot of time on her body.
Yep.
That is a 20. So, while working on this body and you are embalming it, you are pretty confident that her body should be preserved for the most part. However, one thing you do notice is, even after you complete your spell, the kind of dark roots and viscous kind of liquid that has developed there doesn't disappear. It stays on her body. And not only that, it seems like whatever you have done hasn't halted the process, but instead slowed it to a very strong degree, which kind of indicates that whatever is affecting Arya isn't normal demon blight, but probably greater demon blight, as the demon you encountered was no normal demon. So you have gained quite a bit of time. However, you aren't confident whether or not this will sustain an entire 7 days. Maybe even just half of it, maybe 3/4. You're not sure. So time is of the essence, is what you know.
Do I feel confident enough that if we can make it back in town within a day, I would be okay to keep it from turning? Like, do I feel confident enough that I have 1 day?
Oh yeah, you think
Okay.
you have at least half the time of what it
Okay.
should usually be. So at least 3 or 4 days.
That is enough for me right now. That gives us the time to figure things out a little bit. And as a good measure, because I know I worked around Demon Blight and its higher Demon Blight than usual, I will cast Lesser Restoration on myself.
Okay.
Just to make sure I don't get any residual blight or something on me that could mean big problems.
Yeah, you cast it on yourself, and it seems like it was indeed starting to spread on your hands because you were working so closely with it, and
Yeah.
disappears.
So I'm gonna burn through my spells just to make sure we don't get affected.
Yep. Probably also casting it on your 2 friends, or at least Fiera, since she also got badly wounded.
Yeah, and I was carrying
Uh,
Arya
Yeah.
a little bit.
I can absolutely cast it on Fiera as well.
Yeah, man.
Appreciate it.
You can see a lot of the clothes actually had demonic blight on it, and then with your restoration it disappears. Eric luckily didn't got hit or affected by any of it, so he seems to be fine. But probably you would try it out on Arya to maybe hopefully get rid of this demon blight, but is probably where you will also notice that it doesn't disappear. Seems like it requires a stronger spell to get rid of this greater form of blight.
Which I get next level. We need a long rest.
So we're finished?
I am confident that she will not turn into a demon for now, but I don't know if we're gonna get a full week.
Well, the sooner we get back to the city, the better. I will say to temper your expectations. Resurrection is something that is extremely rare.
I am aware, but we have to try. And if it's a matter of cost, I'll figure it out also.
Magic always has a cost.
Does having ancient dragon money make that cost any better?
I'm gonna look to see if Arya's money pouch is still on her.
That unfortunately seems to have fallen off.
Well, I was hoping she would fund her own resurrection, but
With
it seems my luck has turned.
drug money, but yeah.
Speaking of drugs, I'm gonna start patting her to see if
Well,
the
don't
drug
touch the,
pouches
don't,
are
the blight.
It's fine. I'm fine.
You touch around her to see if her drugs are there. Seems like it was in the same pouch as where her money was.
That's for the better.
But keep the product with the cash.
Ooh, 101.
See, Eric knows.
You seem to know a lot about this, Eric.
I mean, I really don't. Shouldn't that be common sense?
I don't take drugs. I don't know.
Anyway, for now, I will keep her belongings and just keep it inside the tower once we get back. Are we going back now? Well, it's distracted and gone from this location.
It is the middle of the night. or at least soon to be the night. So I don't know if venturing out in the woods in the dark with
It's
essentially a
about-
blind person.
It's about 10 miles, maybe a little farther. We
Which
can maybe get back in just a couple hours.
it took us 6 hours with 2 horses, and now we only have 1 horse and a corpse. We're gonna have to be smart about this one. I also cannot wild shape until I take a long rest.
Ooh.
Yes.
Was I able to get my arcane recovery finished?
Yep. Or can
Yeah.
mark off a short rest and for any hit time you wish to. Except for Icefield because you were casting the spell.
Yeah. Yep.
Level 2. Perfect. Oh boy. I'd prefer to get back, personally. The longer we're outside the city, I think the greater risk. Be it night or day. What I could do is try to contact the captain again. Maybe he has an update.
That might be a good idea. And thank you for the potion. I really appreciate it. I still feel pretty banged up, so I'm gonna hope we have some help and take the chance to cast Cure Wound 3rd level on myself.
Yeah.
Damn!
24.
Wow.
Fuck you. So much shit.
I'll take
Wow.
it.
What did you roll?
6, 7, 8.
7, 8. Oh my gosh.
Yeah. I'll take it because I was less than half elf, and now I'm over 40, so I'm good.
Gucci.
Well, Eirik was pulling out his little pack of primitive healing, and he was gonna offer a cure wounds, but if you're okay, I can wait.
Let's keep it for emergencies, but I really appreciate it. I am still, I feel like I still got some scrapes and all, but I should survive the trip back. I had 13 HP left. I'm back up to 45.
Yeah, you were a bear too.
Yeah. I got hit for almost 100 points last session.
My God.
Yeah. I got squished.
Wow.
Yeah. That bear shape really saved my ass.
Yep.
Yeah. So I'll cast Sending to I have his name. I wrote it down. Stiletto Valheising. I'll say we would like to head back to the city to regroup and strategize. Any update on its location and your plans?
You send a message out. You receive a response. You will say... Luring it to the river. Make yourselves known and I'll send some of my airmen. They'll be able to accompany you. No message.
Luring it to the... By my guesses, we are a couple miles from the river. Does that sound right to you too?
I did ask our little fox friend to bring us towards the river, so I would think we're not that far.
Okay.
But the river is long, so it might, and we heard it going further away. So it might be upwards or downwards from us.
Right. You just mentioned luring the demon toward the river. And then he's sending men out to look for us. We have to make ourselves known. That's easy, but I don't want to lure the demon. I don't know if I have anything that can... Oh, I have augury. I haven't used augury in a long time. Let me review this here. Specific course of action within the next 30 minutes. Oh, that can work.
Great. Because other than that, I could skywrite.
That would probably be hard to see, I would imagine. Maybe not.
Depends on what we decide to do, but... Or I can send a firebolt up in the air.
That seems
Well,
dangerous.
Yeah.
Let me try this first. Oof, you haven't cast this in a while. I gotta remember how I did it. Specific course of action you plan to take. Okay. So I'll take out my pocket watch and set it down. And I'll focus on one of the arrows going around it. I don't have it prepared, so it will take like 10 minutes because it's gonna be a ritual. But we have time. We're in the middle of the woods. So let's see. Actually, I can click it. Do agree. Play. There we go. So an omen for a course of action. The course of action. I plan to have us be known by creating a white light over the next half an hour. Will that be good for us, or will it draw that which we are trying to avoid?
Repeat that one more time, please.
I plan to cast out a white light so that we are known to those around us. Will that bring what we hope to find, or will that bring doom upon us?
Okay, you can see your clock start to spin. And the pointer kind of all align and show to the top which stands for wheel, or for a good result.
Okay, then yeah, after I've finished it, hope I lock it away. We seem far enough away. I should be able to get their attention with just a little bit of light. So why don't you two rest? And we'll see what's coming. And I will, I guess, push the tarp aside and make my way outside. And then just cast light on... There's something I could just hold. I'll just put on my locket. And just stand by the tree and wait.
Okay. While you're doing that, I recognize where you are chilling inside. Are you doing anything specific? Or just waiting? With a horse as well, which you can't forget.
That's good. I guess that's a chill horse. That's Irik's horse. That's not a chill horse.
Yeah, with with Fiera outside, I'm just gonna quietly just say to Izrael, just I'm really sorry. I don't really have anything else to say.
She's not gone yet.
Yeah, I know. This is the first time I've really witnessed this. I mean, you've all thought I've fallen during, fighting, and I mean, so have I, and that happens, but to see it to this extent, and she doesn't have half her body, and it's hard.
When we get her back, is there anything you can do or invent that could help her?
I'll be honest. I mean, probably. That's not the kind of thing that I've spent time focusing on. I'd have to figure out how to take mechanical knowledge and translate it to biological knowledge. See if I can, meld those two things to get a body to work.
We have a light chrysalis.
Yeah, we do.
It could be worth a shot to see if that could help.
Yeah. Well, absolutely. Whatever we do is gonna. I can't do it out here. I mean, even in the city, I don't even know what's there to use. What kind of supplies I can get. Yes. There's things. We'll get something for her.
I can't let her go like that. Not like that. Especially not like that.
No.
We were supposed to live our entire lives together. And that demon just ripped her in half like nothing. I can't let her die like this. I know I sound delusional. I know I sound completely out of it. But I have to try.
Yeah, I absolutely understand. I've never really had anybody that close to me where I would feel that absolute urge and desire to do everything I can to help. I mean, sure, I would, I've known some people before. I have my parents, old coworkers. Yeah, I'd help, but to be that close to someone to where you have that all-encompassing desire and necessity to bring them back. I've never been anywhere close to that feeling, so
we've spent our entire lives together. I've known her since I was just a little girl. We went to school together. We got in trouble with our parents together. We've seen everything we know together, and then she went away to get her training, and I came here to school, and then I ran into the woods to become a druid. That's another story. And then we both went home, and she swore her life to protect me. I cannot let her die. And I'm just gonna look down to Arya, and I'm not letting you go just yet.
I'm gonna give Izarel a hug.
Oh. I'm not reciprocating, but I'm accepting it.
And as you kind of have this quiet, sad moment, fear outside, you start to hear hooves in dirt approaching. And after around 20 minutes from when you did your augury spell, you can see 2 Green Vanguard scout members on their horses kind of approach and got up in front of you. And one of them, you can see, both seem to be like half-elven boys, a bit older, definitely kind of have like a rough edge to them. You can see most of them are a bit unshaven, very dark eyes, same kind of cloak that the captain had, just this very green camouflage tone. And as they approach and says, "So, are you the ones that called us for help?" I presume so.
Yes, our horses were caught and taken out, along with one of the others we were traveling with. We could use help getting back to the city.
Alright, how many are you then?
I'll go over to the tarp and open it. They're here. Let's go.
And then you'll kind of step outside, carrying Arya's body. You can see after they kind of take note of Arya's body, they kind of exchange a look, almost as if they have seen this a lot of times before. And then they just kind of go onto autopilot, and it seems like they have made many procedures where they had to carry a dead body with them. You can see that parts of their saddles, there are these kind of tarps attached to it that they can unfold, making like a kind of bed-like construction on the back of the horse, where they then kind of lie Arya's body on top, and then they have ropes that just kind of go around it, kind of fastening her to this place, even though she only takes half of the space. And
Yeah. I'll just, as they're tying her up, I'll just chime in and say, you don't have to worry about her turning into a demon anytime soon. I've performed a rite to prevent it.
Alright, good to know. Well then, 2 of you can go onto our horses, and seems like you have 1 left, and then we'll be able to make it back in our boats. 6 hours. And one last question is, anyone else that accompanied you, or have you seen anyone else outside here in the woods?
No, we ended up finding where the last scout party was, and that is now the den of that new demon.
Den.
Could smell the decay.
It seemed to make the tree its own new home.
Kind of look a bit like confused. This isn't or behavior of a demon. They don't usually have homes. Are you sure about this, or was it just maybe?
It was stalking in the tree when we got there, so maybe it just found them, or I don't know, but it was definitely in the tree right above where the party was.
Right. Probably caught the other team when they were out trying to hide from the rainstorm then, eh? Gosh, I guess yeah, there's proximity access of the demon blight. Just wondering how we missed this fucking class G demon. Yeah, I think we have to increase our scout trips. And then just kind of jump onto the saddle, kind of helping you onto their saddles as well. And Arik, you obviously take your own horse.
I'll
And
take the tarps and stuff down too.
okay, take them down. And kind of before you leave, one of them just kind of shoots an arrow into this tree, probably as a mark point, as you have seen before when you kind of try to follow them. And then you start galloping off back to the city. Each of you kind of accompanied by these scout troops. And they seem to be riding back home. That's kind of riding. So, is this the only demon you encountered by the roadside?
Well, this time. We've seen others.
Oh, no, I meant when you left the city.
I guess tonight is... This is the only one we found, yes.
Right, then we shouldn't have trouble getting back then. And with that, they kind of stay silent for the rest of the ride. Anything you particularly wish to do while you're riding with them?
I mean, maybe I already know, but from a Lichnius perspective, what happens to a soul of someone who dies? Where does it go?
You can make a religion check, so maybe see how much you know. 15, you know, +8. Yeah. The most people who believe in the light also believe in heaven, and it is the same way as Christianity. It's the best reference point where, you know, if you were following faith and were good and all that stuff, you would be kind of taken in by the creator, the kind of god that they pray to. And kind of what they believe is that you use life as a way to cleanse yourself, and if you cleanse yourself, you gain a spot in the light. And they similar way, well, it's there are like several forms or kind of layers of heaven, and depending how good you were, you kind of get put into one of these steps of or layers of heaven, which is why they heavily encourage to follow the faith, because usually in life there's no, you're kind of born with a role, and it's hard to leave that role. Like if you're a farmer, you're a farmer and stuff like that. However, if you lived a good life, you have the ability to become or get access to a higher level inside of heaven. And that is why they greatly encourage one to live a light-filled life, as they would refer to it as. And which is why so many people are extremely dedicated to the Holy Legionnaires, because that is their way of proving themselves to have a better life in the afterlife. That makes sense.
What about those who don't follow the light?
Well, they go to hell.
At the end? No ifs, ands, or buts?
What do you mean?
Well, like the elves. Like, where do we think we think they go to hell if they don't follow the light.
Oh, yeah. Like if you don't follow the light, or you lived a sinful life, then yeah, you go to hell. That doesn't necessarily mean just because you don't believe directly in the creator, although some people think that yes, if you aren't a believer, that is considered blasphemy and you get sent straight to hell. So yeah, if you're an elf and you believe in a different god, for sure you're sent to hell. Some other people who are a bit more lenient just say if your overall deeds were good, that is what gets mainly judged when you get to the gates of heaven, and then you are allowed inside of there. And there are also other factions of the Holy Legionnaires, and there are very many different kinds that also believe that if you get in a high enough court of heaven or layer of heaven, you will actually become an angel and join kind of what they refer to as a creator war, where they believe that, you know, God is fighting the demons and you are then kind of blessed or tasked with help, aid, save the world, basically. But that is not many believe in that, but many Crusader legions believe that.
Right, that makes sense.
Yeah.
Okay. So my thought would be either A, she went to hell, or B, maybe she did enough good deeds in her life to be allowed in probably the lowest layer of heaven.
Yes, you can actually also make an Arcana check since you are a wizard. And wizards have a somewhat different belief. 18. Well, we're talking specifically about her soul leaving her body, which then states the question, what is a soul? Which is, you know, a big debate amongst wizards, if it's something tangible or not. And like I've said many times, the ongoing most common belief or theory is annihilation field, which says that the soul is merely a barrier that prevents your consciousness in fading. So your soul is what keeps your consciousness in one place, and that walks with your body. How specifically that works, people don't know. However, wizards believe if you die, there's not enough energy keeping your soul together, and it just fades, and with that your consciousness disappears, which means you just literally disappear. And that barrier of self-consciousness doesn't exist anymore, and there's no hell or heaven or anything. You just kind of evaporate and become kind of part with, you know, the world.
Yeah, as two very different takes, which both make sense.
Yep.
Huh, okay. Alright, yeah, I'll just think about life and death as we head back.
Yeah. And your trip back seems to go undisturbed. And after 6 hours of tumultuous horse riding, you eventually see the outer city walls of Delith Zolus again. All of you kind of breathe out for a moment. It is evening. You can see as they're approaching, one of the scout guards kind of takes a sort of barrel with a just basically takes a flare gun out and kind of loads it and then shoots it to kind of signal that they should open the gates. It seems to be blue in color as the flare kind of explodes. And as soon as the flare kind of erupts, you can hear already from the distance that the city guards are being lifted up. And you kind of just immediately ride in. The scouts go and turn to their barracks and then kind of stop there. As the horses kind of, you know, taking a breath, and then immediately other people kind of arrive, other individuals who work here. Some of them bring like a bucket of water for the horses to drink, and, you know, several bits of hay or other kind of food that they then feed the horses. And they kind of just get off and then help you off, and also kind of detach Arya from her tarp, but or unbinding her from the tarp and then taking the tarp off, kind of placing her on the ground. It says, "Oh, right. So what are you planning to do with this body then?"
I just looked at Heuser.
Going to bring it to a cleric, and hopefully they can help me.
Oh, right. Where are you trying to find a cleric?
We have a hospital here. I'll start there, and if they can't help me, then I'll ask them where they think I should go. I haven't thought further than that. I just need to bring her back.
Oh, right. Well, I wish you good luck then. Well, definitely not the first time I saw this. And just turns around and just tends to his horse.
What time is it?
It
Yeah,
is around 5 in the morning.
Oh, Jesus.
Are there any, I guess, just like spare carts laying around, or any sort of, shopkeepers that have a cart that I can maybe go up and ask to take?
There are several carts inside of these barracks that seem to be empty. Obviously, they, transport supplies and stuff back. Since it's 5 a.m., there don't seem to be a lot of merchants running around trying to sell stuff. But there are a few soldiers, obviously keeping the night watch intact. That you could approach one of them and ask them.
Yeah, whoever's nearest, please, can we have a cart so we can take her where we need to go?
Kind of looks over, sees the corpse, looks at you and says, "Yeah, sure. You see, we don't require this one." And he just kind of takes a few of the still crates that are left inside, kind of takes them off, and then kind of wheels out this, cart that is big enough for a person to lie on. Kind of wheels it out.
Great.
Here we go.
Thank you.
Just,
Thanks.
I know this is probably not the right time to say this, but would be good if you return it.
Yeah, I'll bring it back better than it is. How about that?
All right, very well then. And good luck with your friend.
Thanks. Go back and take my bedroll out and start making like a cushioned area and stuff, just to.
Yeah.
Not that she's gonna notice, but.
Yeah. Well, she's still lying on the tarp that they kind of made where they put on the horse, but yeah, it's not super soft. You kind of maybe cushion off a bit, and then with the help of Isabel and Fiera, place her onto the cart, and it's a cart that is kind of made so you can just pick it up and then wheel. Don't require a beast of burden to drag this. And I presume you then take it for a stroll. Where would you like to go?
Israel, do you I don't want to make this weird, but should we cover her? Like, we shouldn't be walking through.
I don't want to freak people out, obviously. No, we should absolutely cover her.
Okay. I didn't want to, like.
Oh, I understand,
Okay.
but I think Arya will forgive me hiding her, rather than scaring anyone we could walk by.
She's a rogue. She likes to hide.
Yeah.
If I can speak frankly, I don't think I can be of much use going from building to building in this town, trying to find something that's near impossible. What I can do is find a place to summon a tower so we have access to its resources and a place to rest.
You both should get some rest and
If you need me, you can find me either at the tower or at the archive.
I mean, the tower is gonna be hard to miss. I'll
Yes.
find you.
It'll be made out of wood, and
Okay.
it will have a clock on the front.
Perfect. Eirik, you don't need to come with me. You can go and rest. I think you've both done enough. More than enough.
Are you sure? I could be there to help. I don't know how to, what we're gonna do to, fix her. So
Well-
like,
Go start sketching stuff then. Something. I appreciate you wanting to help, but I don't think I
We
us
can
being
check on you as
16.
well. I'll
Yeah.
send you messages should you not come back, and
I mean,
we'll keep in touch.
right now I'm going to the hospital hoping there is a powerful enough cleric to help me, and I have the feeling they're gonna tell me good luck. Probably only Cephicus could bring her back, or oh, you have to go to the big city for that. We can't do anything. Like, these are the two answers I'm expecting. Or third option, why are you doing this? Why don't you just burn her? Is also an answer I'm expecting.
I can reach out
So-
to some contacts as well. We're not alone. We know some
Yeah.
powerful people. We can see what they think.
I don't think it's gonna take me more than a couple hours. Just going to the hospital and back. I won't be gone too long. And I know I'll be fine. But just in case, and I'll just rummage around in my pockets and find my family crest and give it to Fiera. Just in case.
I'll keep it on me.
Yep. I'll see you in a couple hours.
Right.
And I'll start my way towards the hospital.
Okay, then we shall also follow you towards the hospital. Gonna step, and it's the kind of offshoot branch that is on the south east part of city. There we've went before, which the last time you were here was also because of Arya. And
Yep.
kind of step inside, you can already see like a few not a lot of people are here, obviously, because it's so early in the morning, but as soon as you kind of step inside of the area, you can see a few of the nurses that are running around. Kind of one of them approaches you and says, hello, can we maybe help you in some way?
I don't know if you'll be able to help me personally. I'm hoping something can be done for my friend over here, and I'm very sorry about what you're about to see, and I just kind of uncover a little bit Arya, and I say, I was hoping to see if there was a cleric powerful enough to bring her back.
Kind of looks at the body, doesn't seem surprised. Probably has seen a few dead people in her lifespan. Now looks at you, the questioner, says, well, unfortunately, well, if she has already passed, there's nothing we can do here to bring her back. I apologize.
No, I understand. Do you know if anyone in town could help me?
To bring her back from the dead, you mean?
Yes.
Well, our hospital is designed to prevent that from happening in the first place, because, well, once it gets so far, it's exponentially more difficult to bring people back. However, if you seek the efforts of miracles, I would suggest you to go to Ovalmir. It is the city north of here. They have a, well, Crusader Legion stationed there, and also they have a high cleric that is known to be able to perform miracles such as these, though only selected individuals are lucky enough to receive this sort of treatment.
Well, thank you. I know it's a long shot, and I know my chances are slim. But I need to save her. Thank you again, and I'll shake their hand, and leave.
Okay. Oh, well, good luck. And he then returns to her duties. Okay, then I guess we'll follow Fiera.
Oh, I just had it. I was gonna head to that shop that sells supplies. I had the name of it. There's a lot of shops.
Yeah. What type of supplies?
The one that's like scribing supplies. Was it Griffin's Feather? I don't think it
Yes, it
maybe
was. Griffin's Feather.
Griffin's Oh, I had it right. Right.
Congratulations.
Yeah, I'm gonna head there. I guess I'll look back to Erica. What's your plans? I'm gonna go set up my tower. Probably get some rest. Maybe send a message to people to see if we can get help. And mostly just prepare for what's next.
Hey, yeah, I guess I'll just wander.
Interesting.
You know, if anything, I'll just find my way back to the inn.
Okay. If you are looking for something to do, I guess I probably have that big piece of bark I've just been carrying around as.
I think you
Take it.
you probably would have left it in the room with Tila. I don't think.
I mean, probably.
I don't
Yeah.
see you taking it out after
I
the
don't think I
heist.
would.
Yeah.
Maybe we need more tools to help us survive. That is now blatantly obvious. We have money at our disposal. We have tools at our disposal. And I can make a room for you in my tower. Maybe think about what you want and get started on it. if you really want to make an impression on the world and keep moving forward, we can't run. We can't keep leaping to our death. We need tools to help us strive. So,
Yeah.
so maybe focus on that.
Yeah. I don't know how much there's going to be available here in a wizard library town, but
Oh,
yeah.
quite a bit.
Oh. Okay.
This is a school. They do many experiments of all sorts. I'm sure you can find what you need.
What I need is, you know, a lot of things, but yes, tools and supplies I'll start. That's fine. Yeah.
Yes, this start small and work your way up. All right. Yeah, my tower will probably be hard miss if I can find a place to flop it down.
All right.
Okay, then I'll head to Griffin's Feather
Okay.
at 5 a.m.
5 a.m. You arrive there, and to no one's surprise, it is closed.
Is there a time thing on the door?
No. Well, first of all, how the building looks like. It's a relatively small building, and it is kind of built in like a almost like watchtower-like shape, as the base of the body is kind of thin, and it kind of gets a bit wider on the top. Seems to be like 2 floors, but the interior space doesn't seem to be bigger than maybe what's it called? Like 20 by 20 foot cubic. Oh no, not cubic. Square meters. So it seems relatively small. Let's see, like a window where you can look inside, where you know there's no light illuminating the interior space, which makes it very evidently it's closed, and it just says closed with a little griffin stamp that is next to it.
Is the sun coming up at all?
At 5 a.m. here, doesn't seem like it.
Oh boy. I don't want to be rude because I'm gonna have to ask something very big. It's early. Can I just like look at the sides of the shop? Did they have like a? Is there room around the shop, or is it like cluttered by other buildings? Like how? You know, is this like New York City where everything is right next to each other, or is it more like spread out?
It's more spread out. It is a single building sitting here. It's definitely a more spacious city, since it's so small.
Okay. Is there like a tree nearby?
Around this building, yeah, there would be several trees actually. You can also see that the building is surrounded by like a bit of patch of grass that you kind of go on a stone walkway to approach it, and there's like grass, and there's several trees around it.
Okay. Can I just look beneath the trees to see if there's a piece of loose bark? It could be small. It doesn't matter.
Definitely, there are like a lot
Or a branch.
Yeah,
I just need a piece of wood.
a ton of branches that have been blown off from the high storm.
Perfect. I will just collect some, and then I will find a place to wait in front of the building. I don't know if there's a bench, or maybe like just by the front. There's no gate. I'll find a place where I can chill in front until I see the sign switch.
Okay. Yeah, here are probably no benches, since it's kind of more the district for, you know, markets and stuff like that. Most of the benches and parks and stuff like that are in the kind of Mittelkreis of the city. But you can, you know, just chill in front of one of the other buildings, or just sit on the grass.
I'll do that. Just find a comfy spot.
Yeah. It's still obviously very moist from the previous high
Yeah.
season, but
And then I'll take out one of those sending stones, the one for Harold. send him a message while I wait. Ooh. Inquisitor Arya Einzich has fallen to a demon. Azrael wants to bring her back at any cost. What is a life worth in this world?
Those bonds. Another one then. If you ask the Holy Lichnius, a reputation and 25,000 gold. If you ask an Archdruid, a favor.
Too true. Okay, I will wait.
Okay, and then we shall follow Eirik. Step 2.
I guess I'll start by looking for, is there anywhere that would be willing to buy short bows and scimitars?
Yeah. There's a storefront that you have been told called the Ventricade of Swords and Brooms, and it seemed to be like a armory plus magical shop where you could probably sell some of this stuff.
Yeah, then I'll head there. That's task number 1. Get rid of some stuff and see if I can get some money.
Okay, you also step there at 5 a.m. and it seems like this shop also is closed at this time around.
Right. Well, then I'll sit outside, start sketching, and just thinking about a whole lot of things.
Okay, and then while doing that, we will go to Arya. Not Arya. She's dead. I'm so used to going through everyone, but
Oops.
she isn't here. To Icewell, where Arya also is currently. So I guess I was half right.
Well, now that I don't have what I need at the hospital, I'm gonna start looking for the tower.
Okay. Can make a perception check.
Yep. That is the wrong thing.
$23.
Where were those rolls last week?
Not there is what I'm gonna say.
Nope.
Yes, you kind of walk back and maybe kind of go into the direction where you last saw Fiera went. And on your way, you don't see any towers, per se. Obviously, the big towers of the colleges and schools are there, but they very clearly don't look like the tower from Fiera. And after kind of looking at the sky for any sort of tower-like structure, you do see a hint of bright red on very vibrant green grass, and you can see Fiera sitting on a patch of grass with no tower there. She seems to be sitting in front of a store, waiting and chilling.
Oh. Hello. Took me a lot less time than I expected.
She's talking to you, Fiera?
Whoops, sorry. So she's in front of the store with me?
Yeah, she
Yeah,
just approached you
it's-
from behind. Yeah.
Oh. Oh, that was quick.
Well, as I expected, they can't help me. They have suggested that I go north to Ovalmere to seek out a high cleric from the Lichnius, but I figured it wouldn't be a good idea.
Well, that depends. I mean, it's funny. My mother fought quite hard to convince them to bring my father back. But we didn't have enough money, influence, and there were some people upset that he went to tell us in the first place, saying he kind of deserved his fate. So I don't have the biggest fondness of using our religion to bring Arya back. It will come at a great cost.
Yes, there is also the fact that there is a Crusader Legion in that city, and we're all wearing a ring with the Lichnius symbol on it. We're technically fugitives from the Lichnius because we have not reported back.
Well, I did leave word that we were working on counteracting a blood curse, but it seems like some people are working with him now, so I don't know where we stand. I'm sure it just depends which legion we go to. If it's of the written word, which I'm pretty sure is the one that stays there.
Yep.
I'll see. I don't know much about them.
But I'm sure it would cost way more money than what we have.
Right.
Knowing the little bit that I know about the Lichnius, it wouldn't make sense to spend all of our funds and then some.
Let's put that as a last resort. Is there anyone else in town you can talk to?
Not right now. Not that I know of.
Don't you have the professor or someone like that you knew here?
Well, my professor, he is a professor of politics and nobility, so
Oh.
he would not be very helpful for us right now. The only other person that I think I know could potentially help would be my druid mentor.
Well, I guess I don't know what to say. Do you have any idea where they might be? Or can you contact them? You can send animals, right?
I can send animals, and I know where his I know where his hiding spot is.
Oh.
Well, at least I know where the shrine is, where I can probably make contact with him.
Well, that sounds like a good ally to go to since you already have a connection with them. At this point, I think it's a lot easier to ask friends than people we don't know whose allegiance they go to yet.
Well, he is the one that bestowed my mission onto me, so he is definitely in our camp.
Okay.
That is the only thing I can think of. I don't know who else could help us right now.
I kind of just look toward the archive.
Yeah, I don't know if he's...
There is one other path. We've talked about the Lichnius and how difficult that would be. We've talked about your mentor, which I think is an easier path. But then there's the path of the arcane. That one I would put in the middle. If we can befriend Zephyrus, or just owe him a very large favor, which I think I would be okay paying, maybe he can help us. Because within that library, there's a lot.
There is a lot indeed. It's,
But she is your friend. So I would leave the choice up to you.
I do agree with your ranking of the options that we have. I don't think going the Lichnius route is a good option for us. Not right now. I don't think it's a good idea to get them involved in all of this because...
Not at the moment.
No, we have way too much sensible things on us, with us. It's putting us in the dragon's head, literally. Like, let's not do that.
I have no idea what that would be like. Well, I will help you where I can. But personally, I'd like to stay here for another day or two. Just so we can prepare for any sort of travel that we may head toward.
We will need some preparations
Yes.
for that trek. Now I know the way, but back then I had to get lost to find it.
That sounds terrifying.
It was terrifying. It was probably the most terrifying journey of my life, but I'm grateful I did it. But I definitely want to be prepared if we are to do this. I honestly would like to, but if either you or Eirik think there is a better way, then I am also willing to listen. I will not impose this on you guys.
Well, like I was reminded before, we seem to be connected by the insurmountable troubles ahead of us. And I think the only way we can get through them is together. And 3 is an uncomfortable number.
It is.
Oh, before I forget, do you have that scroll case I gave you? I need to cast a spell. We were busy yesterday, so I kind of forgot.
Oh, yes. Oh. Here.
Perfect. And I'll put the Arcanist Aura on it, or I think it would be the 5th time. Gotta get to 30 and it's permanent.
Yep. Okay. I presume you sit out your time here and wait till the stores open. And takes another hour till it's 6 a.m. You also start seeing the astral vestige kind of going up. You are obviously in the western side, so the sun takes a bit of time before it goes over, since it starts to crescent over the entire continent before it gets to you. And it also seems like that the astral vestige is also kind of the indicator when the stores start to open, as once the astral vestige is kind of in full opacity and in view of everyone, you can start seeing that more and more people step outside of the stores and start preparing for today, since this is technically the first day after the high storm, since yesterday was kind of ended in the evening. And Fiona, and I, you can see that an individual approaches the store from the inside and then kind of opens it up, and as he kind of opens the door, you can hear a few bells ring, and as the door swings open, you can see taking out a not a shield but a sign, just a standing sign to kind of show that it's open. You see a feathered individual step out. Seems like a Aarakocra. Very white feathers, but you can see that at the end of the feathers it kind of turns into this brownish, orangish hue. And definitely from the face, has the kind of features of what an eagle would look like. You can see great big talons on the end of his feet, but he has this very nice leather vest and a bit of baggy pants on, and he's also wearing a pair of spectacles on top of his beak as he steps outside, and then kind of places a sign which just kind of says open, with a griffin that's on his hind legs, and then his kind of front paws or claws seems to have a piece of parchment and a bit of and a quill on the other hand, kind of the symbol of this store. As he's putting it outside, he kind of notices you two sitting on his thing, kind of opens one eye and he says, so can I help you two?
Oh, yes, it seems we got here early.
Alright, well then step inside if that's what you want. Don't want to get your bums wetter than they already are. And that's all.
Oh, actually, that's not a problem, and I'll just use prestidigitation to try us off.
So, oh well. And he just kind of steps inside of his store. Presume.
Yep, I'll follow.
You follow. And like described as before, fairly small interior. They're just bookshelves and bookshelves of paper. Just paper stacks and paper stacks and paper stacks. But there are several different shelves that have like little signs that seem to be separating a few pieces of paper that at first glance seem identical, but there seem to be a difference in value. And they're like kind of a middle island table that has like a variety of different inks and vials for inks, and also very intricately crafted quills with gold nips, silver nips, green nips, and all the such. Seems like a very luxurious store for inks, papers, and quills.
Perfect. Well, it's always good to be good at something. I guess better than everybody else in the city, and it seems you are the best at paper, quills, and inks.
Well, thank you for your compliment.
I guess I am Fiera. It's nice to meet you. And you are?
The name's Ilton. Shakes your hand. Ilton.
Right.
Nice.
It's like the first one.
Okay, and as I promised, if you get the spelling right, you get an inspiration. So here you go.
Oh. Oh my gosh.
Theo gets inspired.
Never gonna happen again, but I'll take this one. So, it seems we'll be in town for a couple days. I will be in need of, and I just gesture around to some of this, and I would love it if you would be my provider.
Oh, gladly. If it's parchment, ink, and quills you're looking for, then you've stumbled on the best place on the market to purchase all kinds of varieties of different papers and inks. And as I've seen, you are quite the arcane practitioner. I have specific materials that are well used in resources and components for spellcrafting and other arcane arts.
That is exactly what I'm looking for. You see, I'll be doing some research at the archive, so I'll need exactly that to finish what I need to do.
Very well. Then what is it that you would like to purchase today then?
Well, I guess first I have a request. I seem to be in need of a work area, and I noticed outside your establishment there was this perfect area where I could set up my work. So if we could work something out, I'd like, I guess, to make that my area of research while I'm here. Perhaps we could trade. I could, well, as you probably noticed, I'm not really from around here, so I know some dishes from some foreign countries maybe you would like. Also, I could show you some of the work I'm working on. Maybe it could be something you're interested in.
Make a persuasion check.
That's a tired 17, Fiera.
Dishes, you say? Research, you say?
Also, I think my work area will probably bring in some new customers, as is, well, it'll look quite interesting. I don't know if you've ever seen a clock tower.
Personally, let's actually see. No.
See, I don't think most people in the city have, and if you have one as decor for a couple days, that should bring some, well, some eyes that look at it and see your wonderful store right next to it.
Then, what are you proposing specifically?
Well, I just need to set up camp outside, and in exchange, you'll be my one and only provider of inks, papers, and quills while I do my research. And you can help yourself to dinner any nights that you request. Maybe even tonight. It can be the first meal. I can make something from colas, something that the dwarves taught my parents, and they taught me. Or I know a lovely spicy dish from Yeshima.
Is what I cannot poke up as you say spicy. Very well then. I assume I'm satisfied with this agreement. Not puts out his hand to shake. It's a firm
Wonderful.
shake. Well, I will definitely be stepping by today evening, if that is your offer.
Of course. I can send you a message once the dish is prepared.
Very well. Well, in the meantime, please peruse the store.
Yeah, I mean, I'll look around. I assume he has everything I'll need for expensive spell crafting.
Yep, 100%.
Wonderful. Okay, yeah, I'm broke now, but once I summon the tower, Okay, wonderful. Yeah, I'll tell them. Well, as I find the research I need, I'll be buying, well, probably enough to make you and I both happy.
Sounds like a good deal then. Well, I'll be awaiting your purchases.
Perfect. I guess I'll head outside and find a nice spot to plop down the tower.
Yeah, you can see, like I said, white kind of grass patch that surrounds it, and next to it, you can plop down your tower.
Perfect. Azrael, you're still around, I suppose.
I am outside guarding Arya's body because I didn't want to walk into a store with a dead body. But yeah, I'm standing right outside, waiting for you.
Oh god. Oh.
And
Right.
Just walk in with my cart with a dead body in it. Like, oh yeah, I'm just, the emotional support shopper.
Right. Okay, well, I got permission to put my down. Wow, I'm tired. To put down my tower here. So let me do that, and we can find her a comfortable space while we rest and figure out our next steps. And then I'll use the wood I found as the material component to make a wooden. Oh, what spell slots do I have right now? Okay, I do have 1/4, so I can make a 3-story tower made out of wood, but still with a metal block on the face. Let's see, what floors should I make? I have to make a kitchen. So the bottom room will be a kitchen. The middle room will be the treasury, and the top room will be. I don't think I can make an observatory. I mean, it would look too cool. Top room would be the observatory.
okay. The tower conjures in the space you willed it so, and is both of you step inside, and that's where we will switch over to Eirik, who's been patiently sitting and sketching in front of the store, and kind of same happens to you as the Yasuo Vestige kind of comes in full bloom and the sunlight starts illuminating the city space. You can see this building actually is it's wider, flatter, only has 1 story, only 1 story high, and you can see it also has like larger panes of glass that kind of showcase the things that they're selling inside. And the kind of symbol above is that of a lion holding a sword in its mouth. And you kind of also start hearing a few clanging of bells as the door swings open, and it's a double door that gets opened, and stepping outside, opening the door, you can see a very large, muscular, fur-covered form of a lion person, a Leonin, as you have met in the underground, where Endel got his Crimson Lotus stuff, the illegal store where he purchased his stuff from. And this Leonin seems to have a kind of like grey complexion to him, seems to be a bit older. The kind of ends of his hairs have already started becoming a bit white, and he has multiple strands that have already greyed a lot. But he still has a very robust posture. You can also see that his tail kind of swing behind him, but the end of it seems like a bit more of a tuft, as if it was burned at some point and never fully recovered. But he wears a very tight white shirt, a big belt, and skin-tight leather pants as he kind of steps outside. And also kind of looks around, yawns. And kind of sees you sitting there, So looks curiously.
Having fun there?
I've had more fun, but I mean, this was fun enough just sitting and waiting.
Well, apologize for keeping you waiting then. Step inside.
No apology necessary. It's your business.
Kind of goes in as you enter by it, and you can see just rows and rows of different shelves that have kind of swords leaned against it, bows, quarterstaffs, and at the end you can also see a variety of different weaponry, armory, shields, and trinkets, amulets and stuff kind of just hanging there. And his counter seems to be in the middle of the shop and is a bit elevated, so you can always see the entirety of the shop and when he's behind the desk counter. And just kind of, as he goes back to the counter, puts his elbow onto the desk and kind of just looks you up.
So, what can I do for you today?
Oh, I mean, simple enough transaction here. Just wondering if you'd be in the market to just buy a couple things, you know, pull around my bag of holding, and I'll just start pulling scimitar after scimitar after scimitar. Pull 5 of those out, and I'm gonna do the same with short bows.
Okay. Then
Just lay them all out on his desk and see if he has anything to say about them.
yeah, kind of looks them over.
These aren't your normal kinds that you find around here. Have you either stolen or perhaps encountered a few UNT on your way?
Yeah, that's some of the fun, I guess, that I said I've had before.
Understood. Well, they seem to be in fairly good condition. Yes, I'd be willing to buy it from you.
That's great. What can you give me any kind of bulk price? You know, it's a decent amount here.
Yes, let me get my calculator out.
Just his pause.
Yeah, he's
Yeah, it's like 1, 2.
5 scimitars and 5 short bows, you said, right?
That is correct.
Okay. Oh, here it is.
I will offer you all of these 150 gold.
Yeah, that's pretty decent deal there. But just curious. I mean, I've got a few other, you know, little daggers. They're nothing special. You know, just see if, you know, could you just throw in an extra 10 just for 8 daggers?
8 daggers. Make a persuasion check. 12. Looks at the daggers, looks them over. These were also stolen from, taken from the UNT, right?
The daggers, no, those were taken from.
Oh, from the.
I looked this up from the fight in the tunnel.
Yeah. Looks them over.
Seem to be in well condition. Sure. 10 gold sounds fine.
Guys got to eat, you know.
Understandable.
Well, I do appreciate that. Those have been kind of weighing me down a little bit. You know, everyone that I'm traveling with, we don't really have need for these, so might as well get rid of them.
Yes. Well, if you're in maybe the market to try and find any weaponry or armory that could protect you on your travels, I have quite a few things to offer.
I can see that. protection on our travels is becoming more and more important. I guess. Can you show me any of your, prized possessions and tell me anything about what you got?
Sure. Well, most of my stuff I've got is normal armory. I see you're rocking some leather attire on your own body there.
Yeah, some specially constructed stuff from years of working with, some machinery and tools and, just more protection than the standard gear, but anything better would be nice.
So, how about weight? Does weight pose an issue for you?
It does indeed. I can handle things up to a medium weight armor.
Well, how about I recommend maybe going for something like this.
And he kind of goes over to one section where there are a lot of this kind of stands that have been adorned with different types of armor.
This is your usual half-plate armor used quite often for military purposes. It offers the mobility of lighter armor but the protection of heavier armor. Kinda takes the best of both sides, if you will. Most fighters tend to go for these who wish to keep their dexterity intact, but if you get up close and personal, you will find that you have more protection than what leather usually offers.
Yeah, interesting. Am I still wearing this? Would I still have, access to my gear? I kind of had that, scattered all over my body. I don't want things getting in the way of that.
No, you see, that's why half-plate armor is so great. It's very versatile, at least compared to standard plate armor, since it's divided up into sections, and you can... Well, there's a optimal placing of each plate. Obviously, you want your chest to be protected, since it's a big area that can be targeted, and your shoulders. However, there's a lot of space around it where you can attach different types of pouches or girdles or other kinds of things that you need access to, so I wouldn't worry about that.
Oh, that's interesting. Do you... looking at it, is it literally just a standard shaped plate armor, or half plate?
Yeah, it seems very distinctively elven crafted. You can see it because it's even the main plate armor has kind of even layers, so you can even stretch your chest a bit, which some half plate armors don't offer. And they have your typical elven carvings that just kind of make it look a bit more sharp. And you can see they have been specifically built in this layer fashion. It's more akin to samurai armor than medieval armor, where the protection comes from these multiple layers instead of one thick layer, and that allows for this mobility. You can see that there are multiple attachments for straps and how you can kind of tie it around your own body. So yeah, it just seems to be a lot of thin layers kind of put on top of each other in the most important parts. So your chest, your back, your shoulder, your upper arms, and your forearms. And then a few plates for your thighs as well.
Well, I mean, I might as well ask you, how much?
This one would run you about $750.
Yeah, that's a decent price for safety.
It is indeed.
I wonder. I don't know if I don't know if spending that much right this second is going to be a good move. I I'll talk to my companions just to, what we're trying not to, be impulsive about things. So I'll talk to them about it and see. But could I maybe just put like a hold on this or something, just in case I can come back and talk more about it?
Sure, of course, definitely. Well, I also have other things to offer if you want to see or have a maybe you want to choose your mind and place your name tag, so to speak, on it, maybe a different item. This is a common armament that most standard adventurers and travelers use. However, I'm also in the business of enchanted protection. You see, for some people, the burden of weight can become quite troublesome. So I've developed a abjuration-based enchantment to place on clothing that wouldn't weigh one down. For example, and it kind of goes to a different area that seems to be separated from the rest, and here the items that are displayed are kind of all of them are encased in their own glass box, kind of displayed out, and it seems like more valuable things are here. And you can also see like different scrolls that have been put onto the wall as well, and a few staves and stuff like that. And he kind of goes to one of the big glass boxes. Inside of there you can just see a cloak that is hanging there. It has like a very desaturated dark purple cloak, and then across the back are these kind of gold squibbles and lines that kind of make up this very foresty like pattern onto it. And he says, "This, my dear friend, is a cloak of protection. Wearing this will, well, as the name suggests, protect you quite a bit more than your average armor. Well, the magic-based enchantment creates a minor magical barrier around you, making it more difficult for enemies to, well, get access to your vital parts. And this you can comfortably wear across any other armor that you are wearing. Now this truly offers the greatest bit of protection that, well, you can ask for."
It seems like it would sort of fit my abilities and needs. I don't I've never the armor, it looks cool. I've never really dealt with that kind of stuff, so that would take a bit of learning. The cloak is probably a lot easier to get used to.
Yes, definitely. And it doesn't only protect you from physical harms. It also improves your general capabilities of getting out of danger's way, psychologically, magically, and physically. As I said, the magical barrier around you that will surround you at all times while being attuned to this item will have a increased immunity to all types of things that potentially could threaten you.
Wow. There's certainly a lot of threats going on, so be so kind as to tell me how much this costs.
Well, this sweet baby will go you at about 4,000 gold.
Exactly what I thought. Yeah. Still not making an impulse buy. So useful though. I can't. I couldn't.
This saves lives. It could save your life.
Yeah, saving lives. Well, let's just say Well, actually, how often do these come up? Like, is this just a rarity that you happen to have? How did you get this? Where does it come from?
Oh, I created this. I
Oh, right.
am not only the owner of the store, but I enchant this equipment as well.
Right.
But
Okay.
it is rare indeed, though it is highly seeked out by many of people, since it is the #1 protection that will keep you safe on the roads.
Right. Well, I can't. I don't have the means to get that that kind of thing right now. But if you do speak of enchantments, is there anything you can do to what I'm already wearing?
Yes, that could be done depending on what type of enchantment you're looking for.
Oh, I mean anything that much like this to give some kind of extra protection. I don't know, just it's pretty simple studded leather, as you can see. We've been getting into so many, problems. I just want to feel a little bit more comfortable, protecting myself. But yeah, we don't have all the money in the world.
Well, I have similar studded leather armor that I have already enchanted. You might purchase that. I also have enchanted half-plate armor, if that is also something you're seeking for.
Well, I got to admit, I'm kind of partial to the shape of this leather. That it was kind of created for me specifically back when I was working. So, if anything, I would like it to be done to this.
Of course, I'm just offering what I have available. But if you're more comfortable,
I did ask.
well, if you're more comfortable with your own suits, very well.
Well, what kind of enchantments and cost am I looking at for? I don't know, just a simple buff to protection.
Well, to kind of increase the defense capabilities of this here leather armor, that would go around 1,500. And it would also take some time for me to complete the enchantment.
Oh, sure, of course, yeah. I know how at least production works. That I'm sure magical enchantments do work the same. Well, again, still out of my price range. Most things are going to be out of my price range, I imagine. Well, at least I know where to come, right? That's if we're still here.
Well, I won't be leaving anytime soon, so take your time and choose. Once you acquired your funds.
Yeah, keep this in mind, definitely. It's good to have a goal, I guess.
Yes.
Have you ever made or seen, I guess, mechanical suits of armor?
Mechanical suits of armor? No, I never heard of that before.
I mean, I know it does sound strange. Just wondering if there's anything out there that maybe doesn't move by itself, but functions like a body, but isn't just something you put on over top of, clothing. Anyway, just something to maybe keep your eye out, and or an ear if anybody talks about that kind of thing. Maybe I come back and we talk and figure something out. Anyway, I'm just talking your ear off for no reason.
Well then, what's your name, by the way? Since I'm assuming you shall return.
Yeah, my name is Eirik. Eirik Spanner. I hope you remember me.
Kind of takes his big kind of clawed hands out to shake yours, and then he gives you like a firm squeeze and says,
Eirik Spanner. Well, if you return, I shall remember. My name's Grayson Wilder.
Grayson. Oh, it's a pleasure. And I at least appreciate the gold that you've given me for the very simple and primitive weapons.
Very well then. Well, until then, I hope you good fortune and get the money you require.
Thank you. Looking forward to it. Definitely need this protection. Oof. Just looking at every single piece of armor that I can take a mental note of.
And scrolls. There's scrolls there.
and with that, you kind of walk out like a boy in a toy store, and that is where we're gonna take our break. So it's been almost 2.5 hours, so we're gonna see you in a second. Bye. And we are back. Ending with Eirik leaving the store. And where would you leave to?
Anywhere that, just for sake of simplicity here, anywhere that I think I might be able to find. Where did it go? Powdered corn extract.
Powdered corn extract. Yeah, that would probably be either the general store or maybe a food store.
Right. Okay. Yeah, let's go grocery shopping.
Okay, I guess since it's like normal grocery shopping, we don't have to like go through it all. Since you also separated.
Have them go through the aisles. Tell them each item.
Yeah, well.
Each price.
Where is it? No. There it is. Okay. Yeah, so you can go to the general store, which I believe you have been here before.
I'm sure we have.
Can't able to keep track of that, but yeah, it's the biggest store here. It's at the western gate, and it seems like there's also like sections where a lot of carts are being placed inside of here, and a lot of people that kind of travel in just immediately go towards there. So it's like a place where the travelers go through and have to stop and buy and or purchase or sell stuff. So there's a wide collection of literally every bits and bobs you can think about, whether it be cornstarch to yo-yos to wooden dolls and stuff like that. They sell a lot of stuff here. And you're looking for
powdered corn extract. And now that you said wooden doll, I'll get a wooden doll too.
Okay, can then knock off 5 gold for a wooden doll. And how much corn extract do you want?
What I'm looking for doesn't have a quantity, but I guess just like a jar, little container.
Okay, then since it's just extract of corn, let's say it's 2 silver. It ain't that much.
Great.
Yeah, and as you're probably walking in your way to the general store, you would also see very evidently you would pass the Tower of Yera. Like, oh,
got it.
I see
She
like
figured it out.
see a few people that kind of walk by and also look at the tower. So kind of saying, oh, that's new.
I do have the observatory on top, so there is a metal telescope poking out a wooden hatch.
Yeah. Anything else you would wish to purchase?
No, not this go around.
Okay. Then where will you head to once you're done doing that?
If there's a tower sticking up in the middle of the city, I'm gonna go to that now.
Okay. Then Fiera and Iceral, you'll probably have in some shape or form made yourself comfortable. Though there isn't a lot of bedding space and there's a kitchen and treasury. Probably offers
Yeah, the treasury is empty except for the chest.
exactly, yeah.
I would probably set up my bedroll in like the observatory or something. Yeah.
It's a good spot. Yeah.
Okay. And yeah, you would then notice that Arik steps inside of the tower as well.
Did you find what you're looking for?
Well, I mean, I found a couple things, got rid of a couple things. Nothing significant, but step
Sure.
one in the process, I guess.
Great. Well, I guess before I nod off for a bit, let's talk our options quick. We don't have to pick anything, but we should know what our options are going ahead so we can figure that out sooner than later. So come up to the observatory. We're up here.
Alrighty.
Shuffle, shuffle, shuffle.
Azrael did find a cat on the street. It's just hanging out.
You
And
built
he
the
is-
tower. When you built the tower, the cat walked across and it just shot up. All of a sudden, there's just a cat.
The thing is, he is purring like a madman. He
Aw.
is so happy right now.
Oh, in that position. Jesus.
Yep.
Cats. Yeah, that makes sense.
Yep. Nope, not my snack. Please go now. Thank you.
The cat disappears, jumps off the tower, but it's totally fine because it's a cat.
So, I think we have found three options. The first option is to find Azrael's mentor in the woods. She believes he has the power to help bring her back. That would maybe be the easiest path, as he's a friend of hers. Another path is we have one of the smartest and most powerful wizards in Azathia here. We could try to ask for his help in return for favors or tasks that he needs done. It's possible. I honestly wouldn't mind doing that path since that's here, and I was planning to have him be an ally eventually. And then the third and hardest path, which is, well, it would easily get her back, but at the biggest price, which is heading north to Overmere and having a Lichnius Cleric bring her back. But there is a large cost of coin and favor, and probably other things.
Of coin that we don't have.
Much more than we have right now. And we'd probably have to spend some to guarantee our safety on the way there. Because we don't want to have to resurrect two people.
Definitely
No.
not.
Nope.
So yeah, I've said my piece. I think I'd prefer the Zephyrus path, as I do want to make an ally. But I'd be open to looking for your mentor, Azrael.
I think asking for Siphicus's help first would be an option, just because we already are in the city and we know we are safe in the city. But if he says no, or he can't, then let's look for Isifer.
Sounds like a good path.
If you are okay with this, Eirik.
I know next to nothing about what it takes to get someone back, so
I mean, I think we can all agree that the Lichnius route is not the best option for us. It might be for some people, but not for us.
Yeah, I understand the why physically it wouldn't be the best option for us, but just, I mean, realistically, it's new location, lots of money, we don't know what we're doing. That's not even taking into account the fact that they're Lichnius people. No offense.
Right. I could open the door, but I'm not very high on the totem pole of reputation and power and influence at all.
Yeah,
I'm
and
someone who's in the lowest circle.
yeah, and that circle is not about to pull revivification on a rogue.
Acting against us. Acting
that they
against
don't know.
them. Yeah.
Yeah, that's
Yeah, exactly. So maybe we can just cross that one off if we fail the other two.
yeah.
Perfect. Well, then if you two can leave it to me, I was actually planning to make dinner tonight for the fellow who owns the inn, Ilton. He seems quite lovely. I was going to invite him to dinner, and then I was also going to invite O'Toole. And hopefully O'Toole can give us some information. And then, depending what he says, we can act on that for Zephyr.
I have a better idea.
Oh,
How about we all take a long, nice sleep, and then we think about other things.
I can go along with that.
We've just spent the entire night riding off back home with a dead body. We currently have a dead body in the kitchen.
Well, yeah, I'm going to bring that up to the treasury, I think. Since I plan to cook in the kitchen.
That would be a good idea, but I think we should all take some rest. And then if you need help for the meal, then I'll be more than happy to help.
Actually, Eirik, I was planning to make a dish from Yeshima.
Oh,
So maybe you can help me. I'm sure you probably have a good range of tastes for spices.
I mean, I'm flattered that you think so. But I haven't really, explored the culinary range of the world.
Well, maybe it can be a 3-person effort then.
I'm more of an eater.
Oh, well, you can be the taster then.
That's better.
Wonderful. So rest is, I guess I have one, I can send one more message before we nod off. Anyone want me to notify anybody?
Would you mind checking in with my father's bodyguard to see how things are going in Corvalli, and if...
Beltrax, right. Oh boy. Guessing I shouldn't mention Arya's condition.
Not right now.
Sure.
Because the thing is, we don't know if her parents remember her. So I don't want to
That is a
bring up.
good question.
Yeah, I don't want to bring up something right now, but if we cannot manage to bring her back, then definitely we'll notify that Arya has fallen, either as my bodyguard or the Isaac's daughter.
Okay. Okay. I'll send it off to Veltrax. We're still studying in the Zevigus archive. An urgent quest may see us traveling, however. How is his condition?
Message goes out. And you receive an answer.
He has been slowly improving. We've gained help from one of the local high clerics. He's been able to help a lot.
Guessing that's it.
Yep.
He mentioned a high cleric. Do you know if that is one of the druids, or do you know who that might be?
Would I know which high cleric Veltrax is talking about?
Make a
Or not?
history check.
It's 3.
21. There aren't as far as you're concerned, like no high clerics inside of your city. The most famous high cleric is actually the one in Ovalmir, and actually the other, Jesus Christ, the Crusader legions that are specifically stationed inside of Ovalmir always had extremely good relations with Azathia in general and the archdukes and stuff like that, since they are they were there from the beginning basically, and since they have, you know, constant contact with the elves. So it even goes so far that even some of the light captains are half elven and some even complete elves, so it isn't just human 100% like the other Crusader legions. So if he's talking about one high cleric, it might actually be the same high cleric that was kind of offered to you for help. So it might be the one guy inside of Azathia from the Holy Legionnaires that seems to, you know, help them.
So I'll say to Fiera, I believe he's talking about the high cleric from Ovalmir. They might have summoned him. Which shows how serious the situation was.
Right. Well, I hope he does recover then. But that can also put your mind at ease. Our clerics can do miracles.
I don't even doubt it. I am angry at the lichness, but I am not angry at the people who are doing good within the lichness. I know that not everyone is bad.
Exactly where I stand.
Just like there are thieves and murderers in Azathia, not everyone is good. I don't believe my people are superior to the lichness. And I do believe there is a world where both can coexist. We just need to get to it.
Right.
It's just like I said yesterday, or the day before, Fiera. We only hear about the bad people. The good people stay at home. Or they stay out of people's way. So, the bad people are more obvious. The good people, they're there. We just gotta find them.
The good people, they make towers in the middle of a city hundreds of miles away from home.
I hope that's correct.
Those same good people run through the town with a potential explosive device. But just, that's neither here nor
Yeah.
there.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So I do believe there are good people within the lichness.
Then I hope you're right. Oh, and before we nod off, Eric, I need to do your bag again. Every
I'll
day.
just turn.
Yep, and I'll just put the ore on there too. But they're both covered. Okay, well, let's sleep. I'll go lock the door and set up an alarm. Maybe I'll set the alarm on the inside in case people come outside and look around. Yeah, I'll go do that. But then we can sleep soundly.
Sounds good to me.
Okay. Yeah, I'll get downstairs, make sure Arya's on the second floor in the treasury, not in the kitchen. And then lock the front door and set up an alarm spell on the inside of the front door.
Yes, that can be easily done. Then you'll make yourselves comfortable in your own way. Kind of contemplate what has happened over this very chaotic day. And with that, two humans at least kind of nod off while Isarel goes into a meditative trance. And you all rest successfully.
Haha.
Hey!
You gain your level up, so can
Oof.
do that now. Hopefully you have already chosen. You've done, as I have pre-notified you that this would happen. So this should
Yes.
not take longer than 2 minutes.
Should be quick.
And it would be now.
It was so hard to take a new level to get absolutely nothing.
Oh,
But hey, I have 5th level spell slots.
Yep, so it isn't nothing.
It's better. It's better.
Yeah.
ooh, I can prepare one more spell a day. That is awesome.
All to contemplate about.
Oof.
Oh, me too.
dice.
Ooh.
Longer spelling.
Yeah.
Oh, and I think our proficiency bonus went up, which is awesome.
That's right. I get 4th level spells now. Oh.
Okay, it seems like you
Your
guys.
boy has Fireball.
Oh, let's go. He's
Good.
he's gonna become the wizard now. He just fucking spams that.
Unless I counterspell it.
Why?
I can now blight people and be like, haha, joke's on you, demon. I can blight you.
Well, using necrotic damage on a demon probably not the smartest idea, but
Yeah.
Admit
No.
necrotic
no.
damage as like an aura just living.
yeah, level 9 is one of those stepping stones where things start to change as you become.
Yeah.
I am overall level 9, but technically level 7. Druid.
Well, that's, you know, more
The joy of-
declassing.
yeah.
You get a few things, and a few things you don't get. That's goes.
Yeah.
Okay,
That should be good enough.
so what is the plan for the day, people?
When do we wake up?
It would be around 4 p.m.
Okay, so it's time. Okay, we need to discuss the coins we have. My recommendation is like Eric said, we should set aside a certain amount so that we always have like an emergency fund. Now we have about roughly 1,300 coins, I think it was. So how much do we want to set aside for emergencies? And how much do we want to use for spending to get better equipped to survive?
I mean, I'll be real. We could spend all of what we have to protect ourselves, to survive in a heartbeat.
Yes, it'd be quite easy.
Specifically, there's some like really good armor and like protective stuff at the sword and whatever, I forget what it's called. Sword,
Intricade of Sword and Boots.
that one.
Oh, yes, I remember hearing about that shop.
Yeah, it's that's where I went. That's like they took the, I got rid of the scimitars and the the short bows that we just were carrying finally. So like there's lots of stuff there.
I think equipment wise, the only thing I really need is, well, once we can get working on that staff. Otherwise, I feel quite comfortable where I'm at. I mostly just want to head back into the archive and see what spells I can learn there that can help us.
Sure.
Which will cost a little bit of money, but probably not too much.
But again, this is money that we realistically can't spend.
Maybe. Possibly.
Because like
I think it depends who and how.
well, yeah, well obviously, but I mean, like I said, with the armor plate, I could have easily just like committed to dropping all of this money on them, but I didn't. Held back.
Well, maybe one of us can go try to amend that today while there's still a little bit of sunlight left. I mean, I could look into it. I would just look for a spell to fix that problem. I'll be frank.
If there's a way to do it to make it more realistic for us to spend all this money that we have, then I'm here for it.
Okay. Do you have any of it on you? Just like even one?
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah.
I just want
Pull
to
out.
see what it. Okay, I'll look at that.
Platinum.
I don't think I have a platinum. Do you have a regular platinum as well?
No.
Izero, do you have a normal platinum from Azathia?
I have gold.
I've got enough gold for a platinum, but I don't have.
Mhm.
I don't have it in platinum.
Okay, I'll just look at the platinum piece. What like marking is on it? What differentiates it from an Azathian coin?
It's. Oh, I thought that to sneeze. Jesus Christ. Man, that confused me. It's the shape and the marking. So this one is more squared, so it looks like a.
Right.
How do I describe it again? What's it called? 6.
Penta? No,
No,
penta's 5.
X.
Hexagon.
Hexagon?
Hexagon. Yeah, hexagon. And it's elongated like an elongated hexagon, while the
Oh, that's quite different.
standard, platinum shape is your standard platinum shape. And there's a very obvious dragon head kind of printed inside of it.
Okay, you hold on to this. I don't want to be caught with that. Okay, well, anything I need to do is at the archive right now. So I will go there for a couple hours. Can one of you go get groceries? I can make a list of what I need.
How did this turn into a grocery session?
Look, I promised to feed that Aircocra, and it's gonna happen.
Oh my god. I mean, I've already.
I can use the distraction, so Eric, we
Okay.
can go.
Yeah.
We can go and do that.
I have many parchments, so I'll just take one, write what I need, and head off.
Okay, so I am assuming, Fiera, you're going to the archive,
Yes.
and Isro and Eric, you are just doing grocery shopping.
Might have ulterior motives, but yes.
Okay, then I think since Fiera is the one who has a very clear goal, should simply follow her.
Before I go, actually, I will go down to the chest that's holding the coins, and open it up. I will take out. The guesstimate here. I will take out about 100 of them, and then untether them to the tower, with a dispel magic,
Okay, so
and put them in my satchel.
100 draconic platinum
Mm-hmm.
is what you're taking. Very well.
Yep, and then I'll head to the tower.
Yes, you step outside and walk towards the archive, going through the usual stuff, and once again you are in front of O'Toole, who seems to be here 24/7.
Well, it's nice to see you again.
Yes, returned a third time, I see.
Seems the need is great for knowledge at the moment. I was wondering, are there hours for the library?
Hours? In what way?
Open, closed.
No, it is closed. No, open all the time.
Wonderful. I look around. Is there anybody else here?
In the lounge area, no, doesn't seem to be anyone else there.
Perfect. And then you mentioned that if someone were to find written spells in there and they wanted to copy them, there would be a price to pay.
Yes.
Can you go through? I guess I'm confused. Is there a price per spell, like a set price, or how does that arrangement work?
It's dependent on the type of spell you wish to take out. The
I see.
more potent, the more expensive it usually is.
And I assume I'd probably have to copy it here.
Yes.
Okay, well that should be doable. And then for currency, I was wondering if I could use one of these. And I'll pull out one of the platinum pieces and place it on his desk.
And takes and looks at it. I see like a small smile curl on his face.
Interesting coin you have here.
I definitely agree, but that interest can be harming if brought to the wrong place.
Harming indeed. I think Zephyrus would be quite interested in such coins.
Oh. I guess then another question. I assume since you watch over his library, you're probably in contact with him.
All the time.
You're not a clone too, are you?
Perhaps.
Can I read into that if he was trying to joke or trying to pull one over on me or something like that?
Yeah, make an insight check.
Because that would be interesting. I'll take it.
14. Also with a 14. It's he has this monotone voice, so it's kind of hard to tell. But it doesn't. It seems genuine and not genuine at the same time. It's almost like he's amused about the concept of a clone.
Okay. Well, if he is interested, we have more of these. We're having trouble spending them as we're trying not to get too much attention to ourselves. So if he's interested, we could do a trade. I'd be more than happy for an equal trade.
Very well. Or you may spend all of it here.
Oh, I would love to. But it must be shared with those who help me get it.
Understandable.
Oh, also, I'm planning to have dinner in a couple hours. I was actually wondering if you were interested in coming.
That is very kind of you. No, I do not require any sustenance. I do not eat.
Oh, so you really are here all the time.
Well, one part of me at least.
I want to talk to him forever. Well, before I get too distracted, I guess I do have work to do. Like I said, if he is interested in trade, just let me know. I'll be here for at least a couple more days.
I'm sure he is.
Wonderful. He's welcome to my tower anytime.
I shall let him know.
And with a giant smile on her face, Kira goes into the library.
Well, first you get the things. From
Oh
the
yes,
door,
I get the necklace and the light.
And then
Will I cast anything on myself? I don't think I have anything that can help. To look for books, usually investigation. Yeah, that's. I don't have anything to give advantage. So yeah, I'll equip myself and go through.
okay, stepping back through the golden door and the shimmering plasma field into the darkness of the library, then gets illuminated by the lantern you're holding. And you are in search of what?
Essentially the conjuration section of the spellcraft area. I know in the first like 4 floors there's like basic magic. So I guess I'll start there, but I'm assuming what I'm looking for is probably at the 8th level.
Okay. Then you can make an investigation check.
Oof. 14.
As a 14. Yeah, the first bits and pieces you find about conjuration, and I very well believe that you're talking about teleportation specifically.
Yeah, I'm looking for 2 spells, Find Familiar and Teleportation.
Yeah, and you notice that you have to get to the 6th layer to find the
6.
first
Okay.
spells. And like you read a couple of spells, and one of the first spells about conjuration and practices of conjuration specifically dedicated to summoning spirits and stuff like that. The first spell you find is a Find Familiar spell. It seems like this is a very common spell that gets used as practice for most arcane practitioners who either want to, go into the route of conjuring spirits and stuff like that. And yeah, you find a book that has it inside of there. And though you read a lot about other sorts of conjuration magic, specifically teleportation, about the transportation of one's own body, you don't find any written out spells. You only find like passages of where it's being mentioned,
like theories and
how it's used, who uses them, and especially a lot of the kind of more historical texts that talk about modern history and how Kovith was the one who integrated the kind of magical circles and made them permanent inside of towers to allow for quick transportation between the capital cities of Azathia.
Okay, so I'm on the right trail. God, I can't remember how long it takes. I think for a first level spell, it'll take me
Actually got
2 hours.
I
I think it's 2 hours per spell level. I looked at this like a month ago. Then I got kicked out of a tower. I think because I have the scribing supplies on me. 2 hours. Yep, and 50 gold of scribing supplies per level. So it would be 6 o'clock roughly when I finish. Okay. Yeah, I'll start working on Find Familiar.
Okay. Though as soon as you kind of start scribing, feel your body kind of urge up, and then you get teleported out as the transcribing has to take place in front of an individual.
Oh.
So they can also deduct the cost you must pay for you to actually do this. So you have to pay for the transcribing cost that you have to do anyways, and to also like purchasing the thing. So you have to pay kind of like twice, if you get what I'm saying.
So it would take twice the amount of the scribing supplies and then the additional cost equal to it.
Exactly.
Okay, so that would be 50 gold then.
For your transcription, and it would, for a first level spell, cost 100 gold.
100. That is fine. Yeah, I'll pay with the 10 platinum I have if they'll take it.
He gladly takes it.
Wonderful. And while I'm transcribing, I'll just let Glamour know what I'm up to.
Glamour?
Glamour? Is that his name?
He...
The guy in my ring.
Oh, you are doing... Okay.
Yeah. Well, good news for you. I am one step closer to getting you out.
Oh! Well, that sounds quite exciting. I can't wait to feel again. Haven't felt anything in, well, except boredom and frustration. And a bit of anxiety, if I'm being honest. Yes.
Well, good. Good news is when you come out is the world's quite dangerous, and I think you're gonna be forced to travel with me at least for a little bit. But if anything happens to you, I can just make a new body.
No. Oh, sounds quite convenient.
Well, you'll be stuck in a cat for a bit.
I am a cat.
Exactly.
But
I mean, there's not really a but.
do I have a butt?
We can go through the details of what you want with your body once I get to the next step.
Fine. Will I be able to wear clothes?
I guess the question is, can cats wear clothes without overheating?
Overheating?
I don't know. I've never really owned a cat.
Well, you saw me. I was wearing fabulous clothing. And I was
Right,
doing
right.
just fine, mind you.
Well, then we can talk about clothing as well. Now I need to focus. I'll get back to you.
Oh, I have to now actually think about the ideas that I'm gonna put down. Ooh, finally. It's gonna be so great.
And he continues on blabbering.
Jeez. I just want him out of the ring, so somebody dies, they can die in the ring. That's all I want.
I seriously have a feeling Glamour is not understanding that he's coming back in a house cat.
He'll find out one way or another.
It makes me laugh every time.
Oh, I mean, he's interesting. He'll be great to have around.
Yup.
Yep. Good news is I can just poof him away whenever I want, so.
Yup.
But yeah, and then once I'm finished with that, it'll be late, so I will head back to prepare dinner.
Very well.
And I got one spell. I did it. The wizard got a spell.
No, it wasn't a complete waste of time going to the
Yep.
archive. Yeah, meanwhile, Eirik and Israel, you're going out shopping.
Yes.
How does that look like?
I would probably take I would probably first go to the regular grocery store to get whatever Fiera had written down on her list and get the components for the meals she wants to make.
Yup. I guess. Did you? Someone has to pay for this.
Oh,
I'll
but
be-
I had no money to give you.
Yeah, I'll be paying for it and
Okay, that's just 5 silver,
covering it.
since it's just
Yeah.
a fancy meal. It's not too expensive. So.
Yep. And then after we're done with that, I would find a local bakery that I used to frequent when I lived there and buy dessert for the meal.
Okay. Okay. Would we buy some local cupcakes? Or others? Oh no, they would have Baumkuchen, aka tree cake there. I guess you can knock off, depending how much you want to buy, just 1 silver, which would be enough for 8 people.
There we go. And then, yeah, I am entertaining. I'm talking to Eirik. I am entertaining Fiera's idea with Siphagus, but I don't think we are important enough to warrant his time.
I mean, I would tend to agree. I don't think we're anywhere close to important enough.
I mean, my last name has no weight here. Literally every child of every affluent family comes here to study. Like,
Yeah.
this is like saying, oh, look, I'm important, and being like, yeah, look at the thousands besides you that all are just as important as you are. I can't rely on my last name here.
I mean, I guess the only thing that we might have, I don't know, going for us would be our abilities. Like, we can offer, like, that's how people get things done. They offer help for something, or they can do something for somebody. So if there's something we can do that puts us a leg up on everybody else, then maybe he'll talk to us.
That's the thing. I'm wondering if we should ask Vashina to put in a good word for us. You know, we did help her. We did help one of his, although it's a resident, like visiting professor, we still helped someone that is making his school, you know, in business.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, if whatever ally we have, we should pull on to help us.
That's what I'm thinking.
Excuse me.
So how about we take a little walk to her office then to maybe ask for help? And maybe she has other ideas we haven't considered too.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely.
You know, she's an archaeologist. I'm sure her protection was not always as effective as us. I'm sure she's seen her fair share of people dying.
Yeah,
So
I bet
maybe
she has.
maybe there is something we haven't even considered.
Yeah, that's entirely possible. If we have access to people who are, more, I guess, more intelligent, more experienced, more practiced, might as well use it.
The worst she can say is, I can't do anything for you, sorry.
Yep.
So should we go pay her a little visit?
Yeah, I guess better place to go than anything else I can think of right now.
I'm sure we could invite her for dinner as well, since we're having a meal with people.
Suddenly, this has turned into a whole party.
I need to make a bigger tower. I can.
Turn around, go back to the grocery store, buy more food.
So where do you go now? To Vashina?
Yeah, we'll go to Vashina.
Okay. Then once again you kind of go to the embassy where she was located at. Ask the one at the counter whether or not she's in, and she does indeed seem to be in her chambers, and are then led to her. Once again, opening up the door, we can see well, she probably opens the door as you knock against it. Surprised to see you again. Please come in.
I mean, you're our only ally, really, here, so you shouldn't be surprised to see us. But yeah. Thank you.
I wish I could say we're coming to visit you with good news.
Right. What news do you bring then?
Unfortunately, Arya fell to a demon last night.
Well, I am sorry to hear that.
Which brings, well, thank you. Also, it brings us to the reason of our visit. I want to bring her back, and I know that it takes someone with higher abilities than I have, and that I'm sure higher abilities than you as well. Which is why we had a few options laying in front of us. And one of them was to perhaps have an audience with Siphicus himself. And I was wondering if there was anything you could help us with on that front. Like a good word or something.
She kind of rubs her forehead and temples, and then she kind of goes to where her couch is and then sits down. Yeah. Well, I have a bit of a, well, how should we say it, better connections than most people here. I also would be very, how should we call it, lucky to get an audience with Zephyrus. He rarely meets with strangers, though I do have some good news. As our last incursion in the woods allowed us to find some very valuable information, and I had the privilege to show some of it to Zephyrus himself. And, well, luckily enough, this was one of the few times I was able to meet him. And be sure that I did mention your names. You accompanied me, so he is aware of the help that you have offered. Though I do not believe I am able to request another audience again. He is a busy man after all, and you must understand there are thousands, maybe even tens of thousands of people who wish to talk with him on a day-to-day basis.
I'm sure, yes. I was telling the same thing. Basically the same thing to Eirik. But I think it was at least worth trying. We have some other options as well, but I was curious to know if you knew anyone else or of anyone else that could maybe help.
Well, since I don't usually study here, my seat is in Zunanir, as you know, but I won't be returning there anytime soon. I don't have the deepest connections except to other professors here. But I think the fact that Zephyrus' attention was already grabbed by the information that we have found inside of the ruins, and your apparent deeper relations with them, Isarel, I might believe that you could use that as leverage to potentially gain an audience, or maybe meet with him. You have to understand the conversation that you will have with him has to in some way benefit him. Otherwise, he would not do it, right?
Absolutely. We are willing to offer a favor in return, a favor of his choosing in return.
Yes, but you also have to keep in mind it has to be a favor that he himself couldn't do. And there aren't many things that Zephyrus couldn't do. So, you have to maybe think about of what you could potentially offer to him, which could be useful to him, and which would be worth the time spent talking with you. And
that is good to know.
You are going there with a very, very big ask.
It is a request that is a way for other people to make a lot of money. And I am aware that what I ask has a great price in both time and resources.
I hate to say this, but resurrection is Well, one of the hardest things is, and a reason why it doesn't happen very often. Even when dukes die, most of them don't get resurrected. So, keep your expectations low.
Definitely. Absolutely, yes. I am aware.
Other than that, I do hope you've managed to maybe convince him. For your sake and obviously for Arya's sake.
Sorry, Skit did not understand what you just said. I'm trying, my brain cannot comprehend the words that were just said. Like, brain malfunction.
She just said that she hopes that you succeed for your sake and Arya's sake.
Okay. Well, thank you for taking the time to talking to us today. If you are not too busy later, Dr. Fiera, our companion, is going to be making a meal, and you are more than welcome to attend if you'd like to. The new wooden tower that just popped up in the middle is where we are.
Oh. Interesting.
I believe she said she was gonna make a meal from Yeshimon.
Oh, very exotic. Well, I don't think I have anything better to do than... Yes, I would gladly join.
Great. Then I will not bother you any longer, and we will see you later.
Right, which time? Say 7?
That sounds fine, yes.
Okay. And it would be at that point where I saw you would also receive a message from Fiera.
Perfect. You here? I just had an encounter. Wow. Zevgus might be interested in our coins and dinner. I'm headed back. Get the best food. Wow. That's it. You can respond.
Yeah, I'm thinking about what I'm going to answer. I'll just, like, kind of perk up and be like, oh! And then answer to, Fiera. Well, we are just about to leave from Vashina's. She thinks we may have a shot with Cephicus. Also, she's coming.
I am speed walking now because I need to resummon the tower and make it bigger.
And I'm going to turn to Eirik and be like, well, apparently the Cephicus himself might show up for dinner, so I guess we have to go get better food.
What is happening?
I decided to have dinner with 1, and then with 2, and then 3, and then...
Okay, let's go.
Okay, you power walk, can knock off an extra 5 gold if you want to buy the best ingredients there are. Get the best shizzle whizzle, the dizzle of foods.
Yep. Money well spent.
Yep. And after a short while of gathering all the necessary ingredients. And Fiera steps back to where her tower is supposed to be and resummons it.
Yep, I will make it 1 floor bigger because I'll cast it at 5th level.
Ooh, which you can do now.
Ooh.
Yep, I'm just gonna add a lounge to the bottom floor. So lounge, kitchen, treasury, and then observatory.
Okay, yes.
Question: does that mean that Arya's body is now in the kitchen, or did she stay in the treasury?
It probably just like went up one, right? Like it was like lifted one if I added the floor
Yeah,
while it was still there.
yeah, exactly, yeah.
Okay.
Wouldn't have just... to make it easy
This
for
is
us.
going to be the running joke now. There's a body in the kitchen.
God. Yeah, don't mind that. There's a little bit of blight. That's fine.
Don't look behind the curtain.
Yep. Yeah, so I will start preparing the kitchen, getting the water running, the stove hot. Make sure I have plates for everybody, which I probably do. Start prepping.
Okay. At around 7, and it was 6 when you returned, so you had like an hour to do all of this. Machina appears and enters quite comfortably, since this isn't the first time she has entered this building or this tower. And kind of just makes herself comfortable in the lounge, obviously greets everyone who is there. And I think you wish to message our co-crew Ilton once it is.
Right. Yeah, once the food's just about ready.
Okay. But yeah.
Then it's not too far away, so I'd probably just use the message cantrip.
Yep. So once that's finished, kind of steps over as he steps into the lounge, sees Vashina, and they seem to know each other. Surprise, surprise. And kind of talk a bit, and like, you know, in the party, kind of just start talking with each other, socializing, exchanging a bit what, you know, they have been through. Kind of talking like parent talk, talking about politics and stuff like that, and how things have changed in recent times. But at around, 7:30, when you have already finished your food, there's no sign of Zephyrus.
It's fine. I can tell he might not need to eat. Or he could be here ready. Well, how'd you like the dish? It is spicy honey salmon with sauteed vegetables and a little bowl of fruit with some sugar. And like drizzled on for like dessert.
Okay, I guess for cooking, you can make a...
Oh boy, this might
Here we
be
go.
this might be the inspiration roll.
Da-da-da.
I was thinking, what would cooking be? Technically, survival, since that is like also preparing food and stuff. So I will go for
Yeah.
survival.
Okay, how about this? What about history? Because I'm trying to recreate a dish my mother taught me about another, type of people that they make it from, the past. It's, it's passed on generation to generation. How can I recreate that when it's sold,
Mm-hmm.
And you gotta have a sharp mind for that.
Yeah, sure. I will allow history. That makes a lot of sense. Kind of remembering how to prepare this dish. Holy
Yes.
shit! Holy shit!
Wow.
That
Yes.
is required. Yes.
Oh my god.
Incredible.
For cooking, we get an natural 20. Oh my god, it's
For
almost
cooking.
8:30.
I'll take it.
We have a
This,
dead party
Oops.
member.
Ignore me.
yeah, but it's so good. You have to try and keep yourself on a chair to not be blown away by this incredible dish. And
Like, I'm trying to cheer everybody up, there's somebody dead upstairs.
It's truly an indescribable experience that you're having, Eirik and Isorel and Vashina and Ilton also. As they take the first bite, they kind of look up, look at each other, and then look at Fiera. A bright smile comes over their face, and they just dig in deep and enjoy their time here. And you probably also, like, you know, exchange a bit of talk, and everyone seems to loosen up quite a bit because of this delicious food and the initial stress that, you know, when you go to someone to meet for the first time, have your first dish, you never know whether it's good or not. You don't know what to expect. But once the food's good, you know, okay, your time was well spent here. And that kind of vibe fills the room. And yeah, it seems like Vashina and Ilton are just like pleasantly surprised. Especially Ilton kind of looks at you and says,
Well, I definitely did not expect this type of dish. Oh, truly, my feathers are jiggling just from the taste of these spices and the honey.
I'm glad to hear.
I'm glad I took on your offer, Fiera.
Well, me too, as it seems like tomorrow I'll have plenty of work to do.
yes, Vashina, not Vashina, that's me. I'm losing my words for how good this tastes. Why didn't you prepare this when we were outside? Well, I guess probably didn't have the proper ingredients.
We
but
were
still.
traveling, yes.
Truly remarkable. She just kind of stuffs herself full. And then, obviously, also have the pastries that Isorel bought as a kind of after snack dessert from the healthy fruits to have a bit of fat and grease for extra pleasure. Is there anything you would like to do as you're kind of having this meal?
This is gonna be the weirdest question, but has Ilton left any feathers on the ground?
I can make a perception check.
Oh my god, this is a molting bird.
Ooh, I don't know why, but 22. He did jiggle his feathers as he has said. But looking around, it does not seem like any of his feathers are fallen off.
Fuck. Alright.
He seems to be a very well-kept bird, and any loose feathers he has already plucked out to not be a nuisance.
Not really. I think just small talk for Fiera. Trying to enjoy a night as usually it's her mom cooking this dish. And usually it's for her and her brother and her dad. But tonight she's the one that's hosting and people are happy. So she's trying to enjoy it.
Very well. People do seem to be enjoying it quite a bit. And as everyone finishes their dishes and meals, they then, Ilton is the first one to kind of, you know, thank you once again. And then leaves back home with a wild smile and expects a dish tomorrow as well if you are there. As this now should become a routine. He steps away, and Vashina kind of shortly after, also kind of addressing the situation with Arya, but kind of wishing you good luck. And if anyone could do it, it would be the three of you. That's what you've gone through. Definitely is a trial in and of itself. But she then also kind of leaves at probably 9 p.m.
Sure. Yeah, I'll start doing the dishes. Do they magically clean themselves? I have no idea. I don't think they do. So I will start doing dishes.
Like, actually, or just standing over them going, clean, clean, clean?
I actually do them when I could clean them with a finger. That.
That word.
Yep.
Clean
prestidigitation.
dishes.
So, one news. I think, quite close to getting Glamour a body.
That's new.
Well, I'd like him out of the ring sooner than later. Just in case something happens to me.
When he comes out of the ring, is he gonna be able to talk to us?
So here's my thoughts on that. Unfortunately, I think he can only talk to me unless we have, well, a link like Arya did. Although he might be able to also talk to you, Azrael, since you seem to be able to talk to animals.
Right, yeah.
I think there would be a lot of meowing. But honestly, I'm not sure. Because normally you don't use... When I looked over the spell, usually you kind of lured a spirit that's from far away. It wasn't designed to pull a spirit from a ring. So we'll see what happens.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah.
Well, what's our next step? It's nighttime.
Oh,
We've already slept.
I was planning to go back to the archive. It's open 24/7.
Oh.
I'd like to find a means that we can travel a little faster.
That would be very nice.
Also, what are your plans with the scroll, Azrael?
To keep it for now. I don't plan on using it just like that, because it bears enormous consequences.
That's fair. What do you want to use it for?
To destroy Calyx.
Ah, interesting. Well, we should talk about that later then.
So rest assured, I will not summon a dragon spirit in middle of town.
That would be silly.
Yes, it would be.
And you see an old man this time standing behind all of you. Without a sound or noise that happened. This tall, very well dressed, elven figure with a long, long white beard. He truly looks like a stereotype wizard if you've ever seen one. Just that he has this glowing white or silver, if you will, eyes that seem to be illuminating a bit of the space itself. And as you kind of suddenly become aware of his presence, don't know how long he has been standing there, could have been days, or maybe he just appeared in that second. But there is a presence that can be very definitively be felt, similar to when the Light Commander kind of stepped in, but his spirit isn't as crushing or oppressive as the other ones. There just seems to be an acknowledgement of your self, your consciousness, that someone, in quotation marks, greater is in your presence. It's the best way I can describe it. It is a physical sensation that you are feeling. Like a somewhat warm blanket is kind of surrounding you and inserting itself inside of your mind, and you can't help but notice that your eyes kind of widen up as you're just looking at this ancient man. As you can see, he has very old but very clean features.
So,
I
I
formally welcome you to the Tower of Weird.
usually have a few rules for setting up towers inside of my space. But I should close one eye for you this time. Now, I could not but help to overhear you talking about dragons. It seems like you have invested great interest in draconic ancestry.
Yes, mostly from our recent venture with Vashina.
As I have heard.
And he kind of steps out of where he was standing behind, kind of going more to the center of the room. And as he's kind of going, kind of like almost sees a silver aura around him, kind of being projected outwards. Kind of just steps in the center of the room.
Now, I know that you wish to speak with me. Is that correct?
I will bow very, very deeply in front of Zephygus and say, I have probably one of the biggest requests one could have to make to you, Master Zephygus. My best friend and protector, who was with us on our ventures with Vashina, has sadly fell to a demon last night. And I would like for her to come back to the living.
The older you get, the more you realize how important life actually is. My long years. You cannot imagine how many people I have lost. And how I have wished to bring them back. So, in that sense, you can believe me when I say I understand how you feel right now. But there's one thing you have to be aware of when asking such a thing. Lives are lost all the time. So why is the life that you have lost so much more important than the others?
That is the thing. I don't believe that any of us is more important than anyone else. I do believe that all lives are just as equally important as any other. I simply think that Arya still had so much more to accomplish with us. And I strongly believe that she was destined to help us in our endeavors, and she was an important link of our team. And she was also so invested in Draconic history. She was interested in old history, all of it. She wanted to study the old gods. She wanted to find where our people were from. And I cannot let her die without having accomplished her life goal.
These words I have heard too many times, but you are right in one aspect. And the reason why I'm in front of you here now, the three of you are a bit special. Show me your arms.
Does everyone show their
Yeah.
mark?
Yeah.
And I am quite confident that your lost friend has the same mark.
He does.
This mark is one of the few mysteries that I do not understand yet. I have been researching it with my friend Kovas for quite some time. So, we shall make this very simple. From now on, you shall work for me. We do not interact with the greater politics of these countries. Their disputes are, well, meaningless in the greater scheme of things. There are things going on in the background that are far more important. And there are only a few people who I will be able to rely on to fulfill the tasks I need them to do. And you four have been chosen, though not deliberately, to fulfill one of the tasks that I need. I do not understand the very nature of this mark. The only thing I do know is it's divine in nature. And the only people who are able to kill Calyx are those who have been marked. Which means I do not possess the ability to kill him. But you, through pure coincidence, now do. So, if you assign your allegiance to me, I shall bring Arya back. Though remember, this can only be done once.
I will look at Sierra.
Big smile on my face.
I will look at Eirik.
My eyes are just as wide as they are now, just back and forth at both of you.
And I'll look, I'm still kind of bowed, but I will look up and then stand my ground up and say, the Fate Weaver will be at your service.
Very well. Now, one thing that shall be very important when you work for me is this. I will not be able to help you in any way. And this has its own reason, which you will discover soon enough. There are plans made for you, Shadow Weaver. Plans for you, Dragon Touched. And plans for you, Feyborn. Until then, I may not intervene. Now, bring Arya to me.
I will go get Arya.
Yeah, get up the ladder, bring her body down.
While she's going up to do that, am I still able to access the archive?
Of course.
Wonderful.
And from now on, you may gain entrance to my personal collection.
I try to stay calm, but I am definitely not.
As Israel steps down with the body of Arya, can just see his eyes glow up once again, and he just says,
We are going to visit a friend of mine who shall bring her back. As complicated as your arcane weave is, I do not possess the ability to bring people back to life. But I know someone who does.
and he just kind of snaps his finger, and then you teleport away. And that is where we're gonna end today's session.
Oh my god.
It's not.
Oh my god. So happy.
Oh.
So happy. I want to go dance.
Oh
That
my
could
god.
not have gone better.
I am sweating from everywhere right now.
Me too. Me too. Oh my god.
Holy shit.
We did it. We did it.
Yay!
Yeah.
I can't type.
Fucking did it.
Gosh.
Well, now
Yeah.
she's gonna think that.
We fucking did it.
Well, I mean, okay.
Oh man.
It still hasn't happened.
Oh shoot, we never talked about the coins. Whoops.
The question is, are the coins still in your possession? Or did you just take them?
I did offer him a 1-for-1 trade. Whoops. That's fine. Oh my god. I knew he was gonna he was either gonna be there or show I'm so happy.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, I told you, level 9 is a big turning point.
Oh my god.
We
Oh. And we have nicknames. We are known as
Right.
something. Sorry, I'm excited now. I'm like freaking out.
Dragon touched.
Hey, what?
I have a few secrets.
Secrets? Us? Never.
Never. Come on.
Oh boy. Oh my god, what's in this collection? I'm never leaving. I'm just gonna be here forever.
That's actually the other curse, is just fear of not being able to leave the archive.
I can't. It takes a while to learn spells. But it's open 24/7. It's fine. I don't need to sleep for a couple days.
Oh, we're definitely going to be losing Fiera for like an
I'll be
entire
gone.
week.
I'll be.
Like-
I'm bringing food into the archive, and I'm not leaving for a week.
Oh yeah.
Oh no, the
You're really-
Iron Stone! The Iron Stone! Oh my god, I have it!
Yeah, I can just see you getting down there and casting magic without realizing, and then you just keep popping back out. And you're like, fuck.
Yeah. Oh man, that's so cool. That was such a fun one. There was shopping, but there's those cool stuff. Shopping helped. The dinner helped. Huh?
Yeah.
Look.
Made friends.
Yep.
Entertaining friendships is important.
Yeah. Building healthy relationships.
Yeah.
As you have done now.
Summoning a tower in just the middle of town.
Yeah,
That's what you
yeah.
gotta do.
Instead of just saying, "Oh yeah, we'll do this," and then disappear for an entire week.
Yeah.
Oh.
A clear goal and task not
Oh,
given to
God.
you.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
This is the penultimate D&D experience, right here, boys.
Yeah. I do like how Arya, once again, will come back, not with the party. Just like, where am I?
Like, what the hell happened
Who's
here?
this? Another new person? 2 new people?
Yeah, a lot of different ways where this could have gone. I was
Yeah.
half expecting either Icefall to try and get back to her mentor. I was like, that would have been
Yeah.
interesting. Would have met him.
Yeah.
I still plan at some point to go back,
We can
Oh,
go
yeah.
see.
Definitely.
but you know, in due time. Like I'm not gonna force it. Like this opened up a possibility to it, but I know at some point I will be going back.
Yep. Definitely. He does
Oh my gosh.
play an important role of what you wish to do.
Does working for Zephagus give me a discount at the armory?
Probably not. Oh man. Yeah, let's see what's in the chest upstairs. I'm curious.
Holy heck. We're gonna be able to ask him if we can exchange that platinum somewhere or if it's going to be accepted everywhere in the city. We can at least clear that up.
Yeah, I can start just sending a message now, right? Just
Don't
like six,
you?
six
Don't-
messages a day. Just hey,
don't
how are
do
you?
that.
What you up
Missing
to?
you. Can't wait to
What
see
is
you
this?
again.
Are you
How's
up?
the tool?
Oh
Do you
God!
sleep?
Yeah, he doesn't sleep. He's now.
Don't booty call Zephagus.
Hey, if Heroes can get with anyone, it's gonna be an ancient
Oh.
elf that is insanely powerful.
Yeah. Yep.
That's what's really in the secret archive. It's just a bunch of smut.
It's actually just oh my god.
Yeah,
It's just a BDSM dungeon.
You know, if you live for a long
God.
time, you got to experience new things.
yeah.
When you're hundreds of years old, at some point you've seen everything.
Yeah, and maybe even done everything.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Looking out
I
for
mean,
news.
he's got a library for a reason. Gotta document it.
Document his sexual experiences.
Oh
Yes.
my gosh. And bump.
Yep. And luckily for you
Oh my
guys,
God.
the next session is pretty damn early, so you don't have to wait for long.
Friday.
I'm only gonna do one thing on Friday. I'm just warning everybody right now. Archive all day. And try not to get kicked out.
Well,
We've been teleported somewhere though, so we have to get back first.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, for our viewers, join us next session for big thing and how Ari is going to be pulled back. Guess it's now. Where were you teleported?
Yes, where we tell. Okay, so I know his friend's Hovith, but if he's the same kind of thing, he probably can't do it. So we're going to a different friend that can resurrect, and it's probably not Lichness. I'm guessing it's. I'm gonna guess something. No. Where? I don't think he leaves Azathia. I think we're in Azathia, right? But where?
I have two guesses.
Here's the map. I can look at the map.
I have two guesses. It's either going to be that cleric from Ovalmir, or it's gonna be someone related to the Fey Court. Those are my guesses.
Yeah. See, is it Fae or is it Dragon?
That's why I say it's gonna be related to the Fey Court.
Fae probably makes more sense. But he's been interested in draconic things. Oh. I think we're gonna head to the top of a mountain. There you go. I don't know. I have no idea.
Okay, top of a mountain. First guess.
Top of a mountain, sure.
Highway.
I have no idea.
Could be
What?
anywhere. Mount Mulder. There we go.
Okay, Mount Malta.
So we're some kind of ethereal, heavenly location.
Oh boy.
So you think he has taken you off this plane?
Yeah.
Lane shift. Oh boy.
Oh.
Okay, interesting.
That'd be a big one.
Interesting. And I swear you think either one of the fake codes or the cleric that was mentioned.
Yes. That is my my guess.
Okay. Well, those are the guesses. So let's find out next week if anybody of them is correct. So,
Can't wait.
till then,
Yeah.
bye.